Chapter 892. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan clenched his fists tightly with an anxious expression on his face. He sighed inwardly. I didn't expect that I would really guess correctly. He had personally seen several myth breed fays undergo the world cleansing. Each time they did so, it was equivalent to entering the gates of hell. They had to take a trip to the gates of hell. However, the danger of the calamity of creation was far from what the world cleansing could compare to. If the world cleansing was said to be a trip to the gates of hell, then the calamity of creation was to forcefully break through the 18 levels of hell. It was precisely because of the difficulty and danger of the calamity of creation that creation breed phase were so rare. After decades of accumulation, many pinnacle emperor-class experts could already let their contracted phase break through to the level of creation breed. However, the fundamental reason why these pinnacle emperor-class experts were reluctant to let their phase experience the calamity of creation was that they were afraid of it. Even if the phase reached the level, they still did not dare to attack the calamity of creation. Not all emperor-class experts could withstand the risk of their contracted phase being annihilated under the calamity of creation. Even those pinnacle emperor-class experts who were seeking to break through would pay a huge price to ask an emperor-class expert with a creation breed fae to help them evolve into a creation breed, borrowing the emperor-class expert's power to help the fae endure the calamity of creation. Even with the help of an emperor-class expert, there was no guarantee that the fae would be safe during the process of enduring the calamity of creation and becoming a creation breed. On this path to becoming a creation breed, there would always be myth breed fays that perished. The level of life evolution had always been distributed in a pyramid shape. Low-level life forms always had to pay the price of their lives if they wanted to climb to a higher level. Nature's iron law ensured that there would always be so many life forms at the top of the pyramid. New life and death constantly created the balance of life. Especially when Lin Yuan was having a question-and-answer session with the Moon Empress, she had already explained the relevant knowledge of creation breed phase to him in detail. The Moon Empress emphasized the part about the calamity of creation to Lin Yuan. If the world cleansing was a tempering of phase by the world, then phase that had undergone the world cleansing would deepen their mastery of their own laws. After the world cleansing, the world grace would also allow the phase mastery of laws to be greatly enhanced. Then, the calamity of creation used the power to create a world to shatter the complete laws in a pinnacle myth 3 fae. After 3 consecutive calamity of creation slashes, these shattered homologous laws formed a subtle connection. The cognate rules that formed a subtle connection with each other formed a world of rules. Therefore, the tribulation of creation had to endure the pain of the laws being shattered from the very beginning. This suffering might allow them to seek transformation and welcome a new life, but the power of law was ultimately the foundation of a myth breed fae. In addition, they had to endure the calamity of creation twice in a row when the laws were shattered. Even a highly talented fae would not be able to endure it. After the 3 attacks of the tribulation of world creation, the Genesis earth veins would descend like the grace of heaven and earth. If he could survive the 3 attacks of the calamity of creation and fuse the creation earth vein into the world of laws, in that case, even if the original laws were severely damaged by the creation calamity, they would be able to recover under the nourishment of the creation terra. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's call was really difficult for him. If it was related to the need for resources, like law crystals that contained pure law power, Lin Yuan could easily take them out. Even if Lin Yuan could not take them out, he could use the resources at hand to think of a way. But now that it was related to the calamity of creation, only sufficient strength could ensure that endless summer could safely survive. Therefore, facing such a situation, Lin Yuan could only choose to seek help from his master, the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had always wanted to rely on his own efforts to go further along the way. However, this persistence was far less important than endless Summer's life, in Lin Yuan's opinion. Lin Yuan hurriedly comforted the mother of Bloodbath on the other end of the phone. Mother of Bloodbath, don't be anxious. I gave you a few ethereal jellyfish tentacles previously. Do you still have them with you? Upon hearing that, the mother of Bloodbath hurriedly replied with a sobbing voice, Yes, yes. I've been keeping those ethereal jellyfish tentacles in the Diamond Fae storage box. While speaking, the mother of Bloodbath had already taken out the 3 ethereal jellyfish tentacles that Lin Yuan had reserved for it from the red crystal cluster ear-shaped Diamond Fae storage box on its ear. When Lin Yuan heard that the mother of Bloodbath had the ethereal jellyfish tentacles, he immediately felt relieved. The mother of Bloodbath had just said that he and Endless Summer were in the wilderness 3,000 meters away from the royal capital. Without the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, even if he sought the Moon Empress' help, he would not know where to find the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. Every attack from the calamity of creation would have a pause of about 30 minutes. Counting from the first call from the mother of Bloodbath, only 8 minutes had passed. That meant there was still a full 22 minutes before the next calamity of creation struck. This time was enough for Lin Yuan to use the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to go back and forth a few times. Thinking about it, Endless Summer should have been using the law crystals to temper the Enlightenment law and felt that she had broken through that barrier. So she did not think too much about it. Wild with joy, she pulled the mother of Bloodbath to find a desolate place to prepare for the calamity of creation. During this period, Lin Yuan had been looking forward to Endless Summer becoming a creation breed. Endless Summer was also starting to feel anxious after consuming a large number of law crystals and failing to break through that threshold. Lin Yuan sighed. Endless Summer had been so sloppy when breaking through the calamity of creation. It should be related to the invisible pressure he had given her. While pondering, Lin Yuan said to the mother of Bloodbath, Just take the tentacle of the ethereal jellyfish with you. I'll think of a way to help you immediately. At this point, he recalled the mother of Bloodbath's sobbing voice and added another sentence. I'm with Master. Lin Yuan said the latter sentence to reassure the mother of Bloodbath and to appease it. Sure enough, the sobbing mother of Bloodbath on the other end of the phone suddenly relaxed. If Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress were together, as long as he asked for her help, Big Sister Xia would definitely be able to survive the creation tribulation safely. However, even if the mother of Bloodbath's mind was relaxed, its body was not at all relaxed. Just now, when Endless Summer had suffered the first attack of the creation tribulation, the mother of Bloodbath had helped Endless Summer block part of the attack. The first one was even worse. End of chapter. Chapter 893. Although the mother of Bloodbath had only intercepted a small part of the first calamity of creation's attack, it still suffered serious internal injuries from the calamity of creation's power. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath felt that its internal organs were all tangled together, and it was extremely painful. This kind of pain made it impossible for the mother of Bloodbath to maintain its human form. The mother of Bloodbath endured the pain and looked at Endless Summer, whose main body was almost split in half by the calamity of creation, with a distressed expression. Endless Summer's main body was also seriously injured after the Enlightenment law was split into pieces, but her mind was still clear. Endless Summer's heart was filled with indescribable regret. On one hand, Endless Summer had been blinded by the obsession of becoming a creation breed. She felt that she had not helped Lin Yuan much after becoming his guardian. Instead, Lin Yuan had been constantly investing resources for her. As Sky City's high-end combat power, from the collision with the Zheng family and the Miao family's beast creation garden, Endless Summer knew the benefits of becoming a creation breed for the entire Sky City. As long as she became a creation breed and had the power of an emperor class, Sky City would have the confidence to wrestle with the top factions in terms of martial strength. On the other hand, even if Endless Summer had already overestimated the difficulty and danger of the calamity of creation, she had not personally seen other Fays go through it. She did not expect there to be such a huge difference between the prediction and reality compared to her current situation. What made Endless Summer feel the most pain was that her carelessness had also caused the Mother of Bloodbath to be involved. When the Mother of Bloodbath helped him block the Creation Tribulation's first attack, it was tainted with the Creation Tribulation's aura. Even if the Mother of Bloodbath ran far away from the Creation Tribulation cloud above its head at this time, it would not be able to escape. Even if the Mother of Bloodbath had run far away from the calamity of creation, it would still be attacked by the next two calamities of creation because of the aura left behind by the first attack. The Mother of Bloodbath was now only a suzerain/Myth 2 Fae, and simply could not withstand the impact of the calamity of creation. Endless Summer could not help but be filled with sorrow as she watched the second attack brewing in the calamity of creation. In order to prevent the Enlightenment law from overflowing into the world, Endless Summer, which was desperately gathering the shattered Enlightenment law, no longer had the extra power to control the shattered Enlightenment law to resist the second calamity of creation. Not to mention guiding the power of the second creation calamity to refine the Enlightenment law that had been split into pieces, allowing the pieces to form a connection with each other. At that moment, Endless Summer saw the Mother of Bloodbath fly in front of her and shout, "Big Sister Xia, Lin Yuan is now beside the Moon Empress. He will come over to help in a while. Gather the Enlightenment law first. Don't let the fragments of the Enlightenment law dissipate before they form a connection. The calamity of creation's second attack needs nearly 20 minutes to brew. That's enough for Lin Yuan to rush over with the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles." The Mother of Bloodbath had just finished speaking, but before Endless Summer could relax, a sudden change occurred. A beam of dark brown energy shot out from the ground with the force of lightning, striking the Genesis Tribulation cloud in the sky. Then, a brownish-black worm covered in dense burrs drilled out of the ground. Only half of the worm's body emerged from the ground, but when it stood upright, it was already more than 30 meters tall. It was a behemoth through and through. When the dark brown energy hit the Creation Tribulation cloud, it was like pouring boiling water on hot oil. It immediately caused the Creation Tribulation cloud to churn wildly. The second calamity of creation, which originally needed to brew for more than 20 minutes, immediately accelerated its formation. Red lightning surged in the tribulation cloud, and it seemed that it would not take more than 5 minutes for the calamity of creation's second attack to descend. This sudden change made the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer's relaxed mood fall to the bottom of the valley. Through its perception, it knew that this brownish-black worm covered in burrs had reached the high-class suzerain/Myth 3. Although it had not reached the peak, it was only a step away. This high-class Myth 3 insect species, Fae, caused the Mother of Bloodbath's expression to change drastically. The hope that had just risen in its heart instantly turned into despair. The reason the Mother of Bloodbath was in despair was not because of the brownish-black worm's grade, but because it was actually the infamous slaughter worm among myth breed Faes. The slaughter worm was a Fae with extremely high talent and level, and it had the ability to devour any law crystal, despite not being of the same origin. The slaughter worm could absorb pitifully little law energy even if it devoured. However, compared to other myth breed Faes, being able to absorb law energy was an advantage. Under normal circumstances, Faes would rarely be attacked by other Faes when undergoing the world cleansing and the calamity of creation in the wild. Even if a Fae attacked, it would generally be a Fae that had comprehended the same elemental law. It was very unwise to have a dispute with a myth breed Fae for no reason. In order to endure the world cleansing and the calamity of creation, fays would put their energy on how to endure the world cleansing and the calamity of creation. However, if the fae gave up the chance to survive and launched a suicidal attack, it would involve other fays in the range of the world cleansing and the calamity of creation. Then, the calamity of creation and the world cleansing would become the fae's attack methods. The attacker would likely perish together with the fae under the attack of the world cleansing and the calamity of creation. However, the slaughter worm was different from other myth breed fays. The intelligence of the slaughter worms had been reduced. What they had was an almost greedy instinct to devour and evolve, as well as the combat genes that had been fused into their bones. As an insect species fae, the slaughter worm was still unable to transform into a human form even at Myth 3. The biggest reason was that even at Suzerain/Myth 3, the slaughter worm was still a larva of the slaughter sky butterfly. After devouring enough law crystals and reaching the pinnacle of Suzerain/Myth 3, the slaughter worm would spit out worm silk. The worm silk would firmly weave on the thorns on the surface of the slaughter worm's body, wrapping the slaughter worm up. At this time, the slaughter worm would transform into a slaughter butterfly chrysalis. Once the slaughter chrysalis completed its transformation, it would immediately trigger the tribulation of creation. Among all the fays in the world, only a few fays with noble bloodlines could survive the creation tribulation almost 100% intact. This included one of the 3 supreme bloodlines of butterfly fays, the slaughter sky butterfly. The slaughter chrysalis could perfectly withstand 3 attacks from the calamity of creation. The sturdy predator chrysalis' internal laws would shatter at the same time it evolved into a world of laws. The creation breed killer butterfly would spread its wings and soar into the sky from its chrysalis. The second was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 894. The mother of Bloodbath could not understand why it would encounter such a rare slaughter worm in the wilderness. What was the difference between this and encountering a whale in a cesspool? The slaughter worm did not give the mother of Bloodbath an endless summer any time to react. It immediately prepared to attack the creation tribulation cloud. Its hideous and terrifying grayish-black eyes stared greedily at the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer as if they were its food. The mother of Bloodbath knew that Endless Summer needed to focus on gathering the Enlightenment law that had been split into pieces. It could not be distracted. At this time, only it could resist the slaughter worm's attack. It could not let the slaughter worm's second attack hit the creation tribulation cloud. Otherwise, the second creation tribulation brewing in the creation tribulation cloud would descend. After the mother of Bloodbath's hill-like body appeared, it pounced on the slaughter worm, which was accumulating energy to launch a second attack on the creation tribulation cloud. At the same time, the mother of Bloodbath activated its skills, all-encompassing eyes, execution stinger, and 8-directional blood. The all-encompassing eyes helped the mother of Bloodbath predict the slaughter worm's movements, allowing it to attack the path that the slaughter worm was about to dodge in advance. The mother of Bloodbath's 8 spider legs stabbed toward the slaughter worm's body, but at that moment, the slaughter worm's brown law power surged. The mother of Bloodbath was unable to use its spider legs to stab into the slaughter worm's body and take the opportunity to inject its blood aura into the slaughter worm's body. It used blood grip to temporarily control the slaughter worm's movements, causing the slaughter worm to miss the attack that was about to take shape. At the critical moment, the mother of Bloodbath activated the exclusive skill that it had obtained after advancing to a myth breed, external blood bone. 3 red water blood snakes emerged from the blood-colored shadow behind the mother of Bloodbath and slammed into the slaughter worm's skin, which was surging with the power of law. Because the 3 red water blood snakes had fused with the mother of Bloodbath's spider teeth, they could be said to be the mother of Bloodbath's strongest attack. However, after 3 attacks, they only pierced 3 bottle cap-sized holes in the slaughter worm's body. For the slaughter worm with its huge body, it was almost a negligible wound. When the mother of bloodbaths saw that the wounds caused by the 3 redwater blood snakes were about to heal, it hurriedly used this opportunity to inject its blood aura into the slaughter worms. At the same time, he circulated the power of the blood law and used blood grasp to temporarily control the slaughter worm. The slaughter worm's accumulated energy smashed into the ground beneath his feet. The mother of bloodbath knew that the slaughter worm's 30-meter-long body was still buried underground. This attack was equivalent to letting the accumulated energy of the slaughter worm hit its body. When the blood grip succeeded, the mother of bloodbath immediately jumped away. The slaughter worm hissed in pain under its own attack. A large patch of dry land in the wilderness turned into a dark brown quagmire as the slaughter worm surged over it, emitting a strange smell. The mother of bloodbath knew that the formation of this quagmire was due to the slaughter worm's blood being mixed with the mud. The slaughter worm was completely enraged. Its huge body directly drilled out of the ground. It curled its body and prepared to launch a melee fight with the mother of bloodbath and endless summer. At that moment, an old woman riding a huge flying fae that almost covered the sky rushed over. When she saw the slaughter worm, she shouted angrily, "Tyrant space snake dove, make the slaughter worm stop." At that moment, an old woman riding a huge flying fae that almost covered the sky and earth rushed over. Following the old woman's order, the huge flying fae under her feet opened up its tail. A huge snake had poked out from the long tail feathers on its tail. The snake had opened its mouth wide and shot out several chains formed from condensed hurricanes. These chains firmly locked the slaughter worm in place. No matter how the slaughter worm struggled, it was still unable to break free from the condensed hurricane chains. In the blink of an eye, the silver-haired old woman strolled in front of the mother of bloodbath and endless summer. After scrutinizing the mother of bloodbath and endless summer for a moment, the old woman smacked her lips and said calmly, "I originally wanted to catch the slaughter worm that escaped from the insect valley cage. I was trying to catch a slaughter worm that escaped from the insect valley's cage. I didn't expect to encounter an unexpected harvest. I actually found 2 myth breed fays that didn't form a contract with a spirit chi professional." The silver-haired old woman's words caused the mother of bloodbath's expression to freeze. The mother of bloodbath originally thought that this old woman had taken action to save its endless summer. It did not expect that the slaughter worm originally belonged to this old woman. However, the old woman's method had truly shocked the mother of bloodbath. After refining the 3 redwater blood snakes, the mother of bloodbath had activated its exclusive skill, external blood bone. Under normal circumstances, it could not be at a disadvantage against 3 same-grade fays. Due to the slaughter worm's noble bloodline, it had expended a lot of effort to make 3 bloody holes in the slaughter worm's body. Yet this old woman had completely controlled the slaughter worm with just one move. It was obvious that this old woman was an Emperor-class expert. The mother of bloodbath did not want to cause trouble at that moment. Any unforeseen event could bring forward the calamity of creation. The mother of bloodbath only hoped that Lin Yuan could rush over within 5 minutes. Looking at the old woman's scheming eyes, the mother of bloodbath did not think that the old woman would be kind enough to help endless summer survive the calamity of creation. At the same time, the mother of bloodbath felt a little regretful. When it had obtained the Crescent Moon Radiance card from the Moon Empress, it had immediately fused it with its blood law. If it had not fused the Crescent Moon Radiance card with the blood law in advance, It would have been enough to let Endless Summer use the power of law to fuse the Crescent Moon Radiance card and safely survive the calamity of creation. However, the Crescent Moon Radiance card and the blood law had completely fused and could not be separated. Even if it died, Endless Summer would still not be able to use the Crescent Moon Radiance card. At that moment, the silver-haired old woman in front of the Mother of Bloodbath stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at it an endless summer. Both of you should know me. Now, I will give both of you a way out. Join my Brahma insect cage, and I will help this little tree transform into a creation seed. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer did not recognize this silver-haired old woman. After leaving the depths of the endless forest, they had basically stayed by Lin Yuan's side and had not come into contact with outside experts. However, Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath had heard of the Brahma insect cage. The Brahma insect cage was one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation, and its strength was on par with the Rhine life forms and the whale ocean trade. It occupied the top 3 spots all year round. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer did not expect this silver-haired old woman to be a member of the Brahma insect cage. However, the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer rejected the old woman's offer without a second thought. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, whose lives had been saved by Lin Yuan, would not choose to betray him even if they lost their lives. The silver-haired old woman did not expect these 2 myth breed fays, who were in danger, to reject her offer. Her expression immediately darkened, and she said coldly, "If you are not willing to join the Brahma insect cage, then I don't mind being the bad guy for once." At that moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the space beside the Mother of Bloodbath. A youth's figure stepped out of the fluctuating space. The silver-haired old woman only heard the youth in front of her ask her indifferently, "Bad guy? How do you want to be the bad guy?" Sob, 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 sob. "I laid on the bed for a day and wrote for a day. Tomorrow I can finally be discharged and go home to lie down. Happy." End of this chapter. Chapter 895. Return kindness with enmity. The silver-haired old woman said subconsciously, "This old man doesn't want to take action and be tainted by karma, but that doesn't stop this old man from collecting their law crystals after they die during the Genesis tribulation." As the silver-haired old man spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. This was because the silver-haired old man realized that the young man's clothes were very familiar. The silver-haired old woman suddenly came to a realization. Isn't this the Moon Empress's royal robe? The silver-haired old lady had come into contact with the Moon Empress a few times and had also ascended the Leaning Moon Mountain to request the Moon Empress help in nurturing fays. The silver-haired old woman had gone to the Radiant Moon Palace several times to beg for the Sky Domination Snake, Dove, to evolve into a creation breed. Although she had spent a large amount of precious spiritual ingredients and law crystals, the silver-haired old lady was still extremely grateful to the Moon Empress. When the dominating space snake Dove advanced from Myth 2 to Myth 3, the snake head hidden in its tail feathers suffered a hidden injury due to the world cleansing. The hidden injury on the snake head caused the Myth 3 hegemon space serpent vulture to be unable to use its body to turn into a weapon. However, this injury was healed when the Moon Empress helped the Sky Domination Snake Vulture to become a creation breed. However, why would the Moon Empress imperial robe be worn by a youth? At the silver-haired old woman's level, her horizons were far beyond that of ordinary people. When he saw the material of the moonlight crown robe, he knew that it was definitely not an imitation. It was impossible to use such spiritual ingredients on a casually made moonlight robe. It was a known fact that most of the spiritual ingredients on the moonlight robe were exclusive to the Moon Empress. Moreover, the silver-haired old woman did not believe that there was anyone in this world who would dare to secretly copy the royal robe. It was a great disrespect to the Moon Empress to forge the Moon Empress royal robe in private. The silver-haired old woman looked at Lin Yuan's moonlight crown robe and realized that there was no moonlight crown pattern on his waist. The absence of a moonlight crown pattern meant that he was not wearing a moonlight crown robe. However, this discovery did not make the silver-haired old woman relax in the slightest. Instead, her heart tightened. The silver-haired old lady was certain that this young man and the Moon Empress had some sort of relationship. Thinking of this, the silver-haired old woman could not help but break out in a cold sweat. After Lin Yuan walked out of the spatial fluctuation, he hurriedly took out a small golden toad-shaped bag. The golden toad-shaped pouch looked like a live golden toad. This was the greeting gift that Chef Supreme had given him. It was a treasure artifact made from the skin and stomach of the treasure cave golden toad. The old woman saw Lin Yuan gently pry open the mouth of the golden toad in his hand, and a man with a clear face appeared in front of Lin Yuan. When the old woman saw this clear-faced man, she quickly bowed deeply. "Greetings, mysterious moon emissary." Since the silver-haired old woman's waist was bent very low and the cold sweat on her forehead was increasing, a few drops of cold sweat flowed down his cheeks and landed on the dry land of the wilderness, stirring up a cloud of dust. After Mystic Moon appeared, she didn't pay any attention to the silver-haired old woman who was bowing to her. Even though there was a creation breed tyrant space serpent dove hovering above the silver-haired old woman's head, it blocked out the sun. Mystic Moon glanced at the creation tribulation cloud in the sky that was brewing the calamity of creation and said to Lin Yuan, "Young lord, the environment inside your treasure artifact is quite comfortable." "Your little highness, the environment inside your artifact is quite comfortable. Next, leave the problem of the creation tribulation to me." Lin Yuan's eyes were looking at the miserable mother of bloodbath and endless summer when he heard Mystic Moon's words. "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Mystic." The mother of bloodbath was still in its original form, but it looked rather miserable. Many places on its spider body had been pierced by sharp objects. These puncture wounds had basically healed with the mother of bloodbath's powerful recovery ability. However, the surface of the mother of bloodbath's body still had a large amount of blood that had not dried up. Based on the wounds on the mother of bloodbath's body, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly turned to the nearly 60-meter-long giant worm at the side. The mother of bloodbath's injuries must have been caused by the thorns on the surface of the giant worm's body. Endless Summer's injuries were much more serious, and its main body had almost been split in half by the calamity of creation. If Endless Summer had not shifted the positions of the two tree cores in the tree trunk, Endless Summer's tree core would probably have turned into ashes under the calamity of creation. According to Mystic Moon's perception, Lin Yuan knew that Endless Summer's two halves of the tree trunk were overflowing with Enlightenment law fragments. After sensing the situation of the mother of bloodbath and Endless Summer, Lin Yuan's heart tightened, and he sighed. "Fortunately, I came in time. Otherwise, Endless Summer would be in big trouble." Just the first attack of the calamity of creation had split Endless Summer's main body in half. With such injuries, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for Endless Summer to safely survive the second attack of the calamity of creation. When the silver-haired old woman heard Mystic Moon address Lin Yuan as young lord, she immediately confirmed Lin Yuan's identity. The Moon Empress did not have any children, and in the Radiant Moon Palace, only the Moon Empress disciple was qualified to be addressed as young lord by Mystic Moon Envoy. The Nyx Assembly's official meeting was about to begin, and the Moon Empress disciple should be attending the Nyx Assembly's official meeting at Night End Palace. Why would he appear in the wilderness 3,000 meters away from the royal capital? The silver-haired old woman did not believe that Lin Yuan would ignore the Nix Assembly's official meeting and come out for a stroll. Lin Yuan's objective was obviously to bring the mystic moon envoy to help that small tree survive the calamity of creation. However, the slaughter worm that she had accidentally released had not only accelerated the process of the calamity of creation. She was even bewitched and wanted to recruit the Moon Empress disciple. With that thought, the silver-haired old woman lowered her head even more. Guilt and fear filled her heart. Unlike ordinary pinnacle factions, the Brahma Insect Valley had stood at the pinnacle of the pinnacle factions since 100 years ago. However, the more she knew, the more terrified the silver-haired old woman became when facing the Moon Empress. In addition, the Moon Empress had clearly helped her, but she had caused trouble for the Moon Empress disciple. What was the difference between her actions and biting the hand that fed her? Of course, compared to guilt, the silver-haired old woman's mind was filled with fear. The mystic moon envoy looked clear and gentle, but she was the most arrogant and ruthless when facing the members of the various pinnacle factions. After surviving the calamity of creation, the old woman did not dare to imagine what would be waiting for her. The mother of Bloodbath barely transformed into a human form and glared at the silver-haired old woman. Its expression could not help but be defeated. It was clearly Lin Yuan's path protector, but why was Lin Yuan more like its path protector at such a critical juncture? Looking at the youth in front of it, for some reason, the mother of Bloodbath's heart surged with a deep sense of peace. It was as though as long as it was by Lin Yuan's side, there was nothing in the world that could not be solved. The first time was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 896. Purple Sunset Beauty Butterfly. When endless summer saw Lin Yuan rushing over with Mystic Moon, she no longer had any concerns or worries. She started to concentrate on condensing the Enlightenment Law, which had already turned into fragments. With Mystic Moon around, she just had to do her best to gather the Enlightenment Law and wait for the next 2 calamities of creation to become a creation breed fae. Endless summer sighed. Up until now, Lin Yuan had given her 2 fortunes and saved her twice. It seemed like she would never be able to repay Lin Yuan's kindness in this lifetime. All she could do was to use the rest of her life to protect Lin Yuan and Sky City. At that moment, the slaughter worm that was bound by the sky snake dove's wind chains behind the silver-haired old woman began to struggle violently. The slaughter worm's attacks did not allow it to break free from the wind chains, but the slaughter worm's attacks did not allow it to break free from the wind chains bindings. Instead, it caused it to suffer more severe injuries. The slaughter worm's cries simply made the silver-haired old woman want to curse. She had already tried to reduce her presence as much as possible, but this slaughter worm was actually playing around in front of the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord and the Mystic Moon envoy. The silver-haired old woman felt that the slaughter worm, which she had previously treated as a treasure, was simply her jinx. Before the slaughter worm transformed into a slaughter sky butterfly, spirit chi professionals could not form a contract with it. At the same time, the slaughter sky butterfly was a butterfly fae that had an unremitting pursuit of extreme beauty. It would only submit to a beautiful butterfly fae that was recognized by the slaughter sky butterfly's genetic model. It would also protect and follow that beautiful butterfly fae for life. The silver-haired old woman had spent so much effort to nurture this slaughter worm because when the Brahma insect cage was breeding blue light butterfly goddesses, one of the blue flash butterflies had mutated when it evolved into a blue light butterfly goddesses. It had mutated into a purple light butterfly goddesses. The blue light butterfly goddesses had always been the most attractive among butterfly fays. Butterfly fays had always had a preference for purple, and blue was second. When that purple light butterfly had evolved into a blue light butterfly goddesses, It would even receive the protection of other blue light butterfly goddesses and become the core of the butterfly group. The silver-haired old woman believed that this mutated purple light butterfly goddess should be able to gain the recognition of the killer butterfly. However, the purple light butterfly goddess that the blue flash butterfly had evolved into was no match for the blue flash purple butterfly, whose genetic model had been upgraded before hatching. This was the difference between innate and acquired. The purple light butterfly goddess and the blue flash purple butterfly were worlds apart. Rumor had it that after the blue flash purple butterfly evolved, it would become the purple sunset beauty butterfly. The purple sunset beauty butterfly had the ability to gain the support and control of the butterflies. Even the top 3 bloodlines among butterfly species phase would fall for the purple cloud beauty butterfly. However, no one knew if this rumor was true. As the silver-haired old woman listened to the incessant flopping sounds of the slaughter worms, she made up her mind and made a decision. In the silver-haired old woman's opinion, this was the only way to obtain the forgiveness of the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord. This was because the silver-haired old woman could already tell that the youth in front of her was the one who could become the mysterious moon emissary. With a thought, the silver-haired old woman shook her hand, and a tree core that contained boundless plant energy appeared in her hand. The silver-haired old woman lowered her head and took small steps toward Lin Yuan. She held the tree core with both hands and handed it to Lin Yuan. "My lady, this is the creation seed sky-covering weeping willows tree core. If I let this small tree, Lord Tree use it, it might allow Lord Tree to obtain a transformation when it becomes a creation seed." The silver-haired old woman had lived for a long time and was an emperor-class expert, so she was very perceptive. After all, she did not make a move on the small spider and tree, so there was still a possibility of redemption. The silver-haired old woman's heart was spurting blood like a fountain when she took out the creation seed sky-covering weeping willows tree core. However, if the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord did not pursue responsibility and did not hold it against her for soliciting without understanding the situation, this creation seed sky-covering weeping willows tree core would be worth it. In that case, this creation seed sky-engulfing weeping willows tree core would be worth it. He might even be able to form a good relationship with the Radiant Moon Palace's young highness. At the same time, the silver-haired old woman did not bet everything on the creation seed sky-covering weeping willows tree core. When Lin Yuan heard the silver-haired old woman's words, his eyes narrowed and landed on the silver-haired old woman. The silver-haired old woman did not raise her head, but an emperor-class expert had an extremely strong spiritual perception. The silver-haired old woman naturally felt Lin Yuan's slightly narrowed eyes, and her heart tightened. Mystic Moon had been waiting for the second calamity of creation to descend. Helping Endless Summer survive the calamity of creation was not as simple as helping Endless Summer resist the calamity of creation's attack. Although it was possible to do so, Endless Summer would not be able to be tempered by the calamity of creation and allow the Enlightenment laws to sense each other. What Mystic Moon had to do was wait for the calamity of creation's second attack to descend and brace the calamity of creation's attack. Then, it would split the calamity of creation's attack into 100 strands and temper Endless Summer one strand by strand, helping Endless Summer to obtain the greatest growth. Looking at the calamity of creation that was about to descend in less than a minute, bright silver patterns quietly emerged on Mystic Moon's exposed skin outside the silver robe. A power that seemed to be able to scatter the calamity of creation emanated from Mystic Moon's body. The power that emanated from Mystic Moon's body was also mixed with an indescribable pressure. This pressure was very similar to the dragon might of a dragon species fae, but it was much stronger than the dragon might of a main dragon species fae that Lin Yuan had felt previously. It was as though they were not on the same level at all. The aura that Mystic Moon released made the sky domination snake dove, which had been circling in the sky, hurriedly transform into its human form and lay on the ground like a little chick, not daring to move at all. The slaughter worm, which was originally struggling violently, also did not dare to make a fuss. However, compared to the sky domination snake dove's cowardly appearance, the slaughter worm was obviously much stronger. It even dared to secretly use its brownish-black eyes to glance at Mystic Moon from time to time. Mystic Moon sensed the creation seed sky-covering willows tree core that the silver-haired old woman had taken out. Young Lord, the creation seed sky-covering willows tree core is very useful for endless summer. This endless summer previously had a great opportunity and was actually fortunate enough to fuse with a life form stillfire. This life form stillfire even formed a tree core within Endless Summer's body, and it is in a unique cycle with the previous tree core. Mystic Moon let out a light snort. The tree has two cores. No wonder it is so capable to actually think of transcending the calamity of creation by itself. When Mystic Moon spoke to Lin Yuan, her tone might be extremely amiable, but when she looked at Endless Summer, her gaze was not gentle at all. In Mystic Moon's eyes, Endless Summer was a troublemaker that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The second was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 897. Silver Beast covers the Sky Mystic Moon had been feeling sorry for Lin Yuan in the treasure cave Golden Toad. When Lin Yuan had left, it was almost time for the civil, martial, and martial arenas to award the awards. It was time for Lin Yuan to uphold his glory in front of all the crowns. At this critical juncture, Lin Yuan had to rush over to help because Endless Summer had experienced the calamity of creation. It would take a long time to divide the calamity of creation attack into 100 strands for Endless Summer to temper. If Lin Yuan rushed over after Endless Summer safely survived the calamity of creation and became a fantasy breed, he would have missed the civil and martial arena awards. Even with the Moon Empress' help, the rewards would not be lesser. However, Mystic Moon felt that Lin Yuan had lost a chance to shine in front of everyone. Given Mystic Moon's understanding of Lin Yuan's current choice was within her expectations. Mystic Moon had long known that Lin Yuan was a warm and affectionate person. At that thought, Mystic Moon continued, "The sky-covering weeping willow can grow lush willow branches that can cover the sky because the tree core contains a huge amount of plant vitality and germination ability. Even if an ordinary plant fae becomes a creation breed, it can forget about devouring the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If an ordinary plant fae devours the tree core, it will explode from the plant energy in the tree core. Endless Summer's original talent is not qualified, but because of the life form Silent Fire, Endless Summer has the chance to devour this creation breed, sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. Under the balance of the life form Silent Fire and the baptism of the calamity of creation, this Endless Summer is likely to have 3 cores, and the 3 cores will be in a cycle. When a fae becomes a creation breed, it is destined to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Endless Summer's transformation with the 3 cores will be several levels higher than before. It might even fuse with the bloodline in the heaven-covering weeping willow's tree core and evolve into a brand new species under the life form sacrificial fire's balance. Mystic Moon's words were very clear. Lin Yuan's true data was still unable to detect the spiritual ingredients on a creation breed fae. However, based on Mystic Moon's words, Lin Yuan knew how important the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core was to Endless Summer. It would directly affect the nobility of Endless Summer's bloodline in the future, since the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core was so beneficial to Endless Summer. He naturally had to give it to Endless Summer to use. Endless Summer's increase in strength was equivalent to increasing the strength of Sky City's top combatants. As soon as Lin Yuan had appeared, he had asked the silver-haired old woman in front of him how she wanted to be a villain. At that time, the silver-haired old woman had said that she wanted to attack the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. Lin Yuan would immediately ask Mystic Moon to kill the silver-haired old woman in front of him. He would not give the silver-haired old woman a chance to plead for mercy like now. Those who kill will always be killed. This is an unchanging truth since time immemorial. However, the old woman had not chosen to attack the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer after failing to recruit them. Thus, Lin Yuan had allowed the silver-haired old woman to live until now. At this moment, the silver-haired old woman gently raised her head. Her face was covered in sweat, making her look somewhat disheveled. However, the silver-haired old woman spoke with an abnormally respectful expression. "Your young highness, this sky-covering weeping willows tree core is something that I obtained with great difficulty. It has been in my hands for decades. It's definitely the best treasure in our Brahma insect cage." The silver-haired old woman had just spoken when she heard Mystic Moon's cold shout. Mystic Moon actually didn't know when you joined the Radiant Moon Palace and became a member. Do you think you are worthy of calling me your young highness? Looking at Mystic Moon's cold eyes, the silver-haired old woman had a bitter expression. The aura that Mystic Moon had just revealed made her sky overlord snake not even dare to think of resisting. He really didn't know which branch of the 8 meridians of creation had the mysterious moon envoy's strength reached, or had she already reached a higher level under Mystic Moon's reprimand. The silver-haired old woman hurriedly corrected herself. My lady, I really did not make a move just now. The reason I appeared here is to chase the slaughter worm that escaped from the Brahma insect cage. Just now, this sky-covering weeping willows tree core will be my apology for carelessly recruiting you. As for the slaughter worm's attack on the creation tribulation cloud, which caused the second attack of the tribulation of creation to happen earlier, I am willing to bear all the responsibility. I can hand the slaughter worm to you and let you do whatever you want with it. The silver-haired old woman's voice was a little hoarse. On one hand, it was because of her heartache, and on the other hand, it was because of fear. The silver-haired old woman had been betting her treasure on the slaughter worm. If she gave up the slaughter worm, she would not be able to obtain the Moon Empress disciples' forgiveness. Even if she did not die today, the Brahma insect cage would pay a greater price for her recklessness. If the Moon Empress heard about this and got angry, the Brahma insect cage, which had dominated the top 3 factions for nearly 100 years, would immediately fall out of the top 3 factions. It might even be like the Sun family's Do Immortal Garden, hanging half-dead between the veteran factions and the top factions. She, who had watched the Brahma insect cage grow stronger step by step, would also become the Brahma insect cage's sinner. Her entire life of hard work and the glory of her family had been ruined by her own hands. This made the silver-haired old woman feel even worse than killing her. At that moment, the silver-haired old woman saw the young man reach out his bony fingers to take the sky-covering weeping willows tree core. Then he tossed it toward the small tree that was undergoing the tribulation and shouted, "Endless Summer, try to use the life-form sacrificial fire to refine the sky-covering weeping willows tree core. Let the tree core fuse into your body. If possible, try to draw out the sky-covering weeping willows bloodline hidden deep in the tree core during the tribulation of creation. See if your bloodline can devour the sky-covering weeping willows bloodline." Endless Summer had been trying her best to gather the shattered Enlightenment law. Endless Summer, who had been split into 2, felt that the vitality in her body was constantly flowing away, and she was getting weaker. Previously, Endless Summer didn't have the time to listen to the silver-haired old woman and Mystic Moon's conversation. Now that she heard Lin Yuan's shout, Endless Summer forcefully diverted her attention. Endless Summer, who had diverted her attention, saw a tree core containing a huge amount of plant energy being thrown toward her. Endless Summer instinctively controlled her roots to burrow out of the ground and grab the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. Then, Endless Summer's split tree trunk suddenly shook, and the tree core formed by the life-form sacrificial fire and Endless Summer's tree core were all summoned out. Endless Summer placed the 3 tree cores together and let the life-form sacrificial fire's tree core contain the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. The moment the life-form sacrificial fire's tree core came into contact with the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core, the leaves of the pinkish-purple hydrangea-shaped flower had all turned into ashes, and Endless Summer, who was only left with withered branches, emitted unprecedented vitality. At that moment, the second crimson tribulation of creation that was brewing in the world creation tribulation cloud suddenly struck down. Looking at the world creation tribulation cloud striking down, magnificent bright silver patterns appeared on Mystic Moon's forehead, cheeks, and palms outside her silver robe. Mystic Moon's eyes also turned dark silver at that moment. Immediately after, a massive silver beast stretched across the sky. The third one, the blue flash purple butterfly, has become more powerful, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 898. The night sky was bright, and the stars should have been bright under the cloudless night sky. However, the creation tribulation cloud covered the faintly discernible stars, leaving only a silver moon shining in the sky. A huge silver-white beast hovered in the sky, without making the slightest sound. The beast's body shone with bright silver light, and the silver moon in the sky, with a noble disdain for the world. The silver beast's aura, which was superior to that of a master dragon species Fae, seemed to magnify the entire world infinitely in an instant, allowing the entire world to shuttle to the depths of the primordial world. At that moment, the silver beast opened its mouth and spat, a spiritual energy that was about to crush and reorganize the entire world spread out. Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath only felt that this huge spiritual energy was too terrifying, but they were not affected by it. However, the silver-haired old woman was not so lucky. In that huge spiritual energy that seemed to crush and reorganize the entire world, a silver pearl quietly appeared. The moment the silver pearl appeared, the bowed old woman fell to the ground with a weak aura. The Sky Overlord snake dove, which was originally crawling on the ground, was like a quail waiting to be roasted. A stench swept across the tip of Lin Yuan's and the Mother of Bloodbath's noses, causing them to frown slightly. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the stench and could not help but be dumbfounded. As a creation breed Fae, the Sky Overlord snake dove had actually lost control under the pressure of the Mystic Moon's main body. This was simply too shameful. Looking at the silver-haired old woman's state, Lin Yuan knew that the silver pearl that the Mystic Moon spat out was extremely lethal, but it was not targeted at him and the Mother of Bloodbath. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the silver-haired old woman murmur in horror. Lady Mystic Moon Envoy has actually reached such a level. She has already produced a Dragon Ball. The silver-haired old woman's words were full of horror, and she had obviously suffered a lot of shock. Dragon Ball? This was the first time Lin Yuan had heard of this term. Even the most precious part of a master dragon species Fae was just the essence blood. He had never heard of a master dragon species Fae producing such a thing as a Dragon Ball. When talking to his master, the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan already knew that the Mystic Moon was not a human but a master dragon species Fae. Could it be that the Dragon Pearl appeared because of the special bloodline in Xian Yu's body? Genius was currently learning the knowledge of Class 4 Fae Observer, Class 4 Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Class 4 Scholar, and it was almost done. According to what Genius had learned, Lin Yuan was certain that it did not have any knowledge related to the Dragon Balls. The mother of Bloodbath was originally staring at the blue-silver behemoth circling the silver Dragon Ball, but when its spiritual energy sensed Lin Yuan's probing gaze, it spoke. Legend has it that when a dragon species phase bloodline reaches the level above the main dragon species, it can transform its essence blood into pearls. I always thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. Looks like Lady Mystic Moon must have crossed the threshold of the Genesis realm and reached the immortal realm. In the process of explaining to Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath deeply felt its own weakness. The mother of Bloodbath had always been very proud, but after becoming Lin Yuan's path protector, it had suffered blows again and again. The people protecting Lin Yuan had already reached the immortal realm, but he himself hadn't even reached Myth 3, let alone the Genesis realm. Upon hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan's pupils shrank. He looked at the blue-silver behemoth in the sky in disbelief and subconsciously used Morbius True Data to check Mystic Moon's body. With one look, Lin Yuan was shocked. When he had checked the creation breed phase True Data previously, even if he couldn't see what abilities and exclusive skills they had, he could see how many exclusive skills they had. The Sky Domination Snake, dove that was kneeling on the ground like a quail, and the green and white snakes that he had seen in front of the moon's stable had 4 exclusive skills. According to the number of exclusive skills, Lin Yuan could determine if a Fae was a creation breed Fae. However, Mystic Moon's True Data was full of question marks, and he couldn't find any information. This included the exclusive skills that Mystic Moon had. At that moment, Lin Yuan could confirm that Mystic Moon was indeed not a creation breed Fae. As for what grade Mystic Moon had reached, Lin Yuan didn't know at the moment. It could be said that Mystic Moon's strength had already exceeded Lin Yuan's understanding. At that moment, Lin Yuan only had one thought in his mind. Isn't my master, the Moon Empress, stronger? Lin Yuan felt that he had always underestimated the Moon Empress' strength. All of a sudden, the heavenly silver behemoth that was circling the silver dragon pearl let out a soft snort. The silver-haired old woman, who was kneeling on the ground, was like a rag doll as she violently vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood was dark red, and it was obvious that her internal organs were injured. The silver-haired old woman, who was severely injured, suddenly realized that she had kept her promise and actually wanted to investigate the Mystic Moon envoy's background. Sensing her injuries, the silver-haired old woman's pale face revealed a smile of surviving a calamity. She knew that although Lin Yuan didn't say anything earlier, when he picked up the creation breed sky-covering weeping willow tree core, it was the same as forgiving her. However, Lin Yuan forgave her didn't mean that Mystic Moon had also forgiven her. Based on Mystic Moon's attitude toward Lin Yuan, she didn't just treat him as her young master, but she also doted on him as a junior. This was because when Mystic Moon spoke to Lin Yuan, apart from respect, there was emotional warmth. Her subconscious probing just now shouldn't have received such a severe punishment. However, the Mystic Moon envoy had dealt a heavy blow to her. This meant that the Mystic Moon envoy's attack was not only to punish her for overstepping her authority, but also to vent Lin Yuan's anger. After receiving this attack, this matter was considered to be over. In the future, she wouldn't be pursued by the Mystic Moon envoy because of this matter. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the sky, as though it could plunge people into the depths of the primordial world. The Mystic Moon, which was circling and flying around the Silver Dragon Ball, directly shot the Silver Dragon Ball toward the Crimson Calamity of Creation. Lin Yuan realized that the Calamity of Creation, which carried the power of destruction, had become the Silver Dragon Ball's toy in the next moment. Under the Silver Dragon Ball's silver brilliance, the Calamity of Creation's second attack was like a red earthworm. Under the Silver Dragon Ball's guidance, It revolved around the silver dragon ball. In the sky, Mystic Moon, who had originally transformed into the pale silver behemoth, once again transformed into a human form. With a wave of her palm, the silver dragon ball that had intercepted the calamity of creation's second attack appeared in her palm. Mystic Moon wasn't in a hurry to separate the calamity of creation's attack to temper endless summer. Instead, she planned to wait for endless summer to absorb the creation breed sky-covering weeping willow tree core's plant energy to recover to its peak state before tempering endless summer. At that time, endless summer wouldn't have to expend all its strength to forcefully gather the broken enlightenment law and passively endure the calamity of creation's baptism. Chapter 899. When endless summer recovered to its peak state, it could gather the shattered enlightenment law and guide the energy in the calamity of creation to wander between the shattered enlightenment law. It could strengthen the connection between the enlightenment law fragments. Laying a good foundation now would make endless summer's future path easier. Endless summer's life form, silent fire, rose into a jade-green flame and burned the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. Under the burning of the life form's silent fire, the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core was released as though it was free. Endless summer's tree trunk that had been split in half started to turn green under the immense amount of plant energy. This trace of green slowly grew into a sapling. Then, endless summer's trunk and branches seemed to be feeding the sapling, desperately squeezing out the remaining nutrients and injecting them into the new sapling. Immediately after, endless summer's nearly 100-meter-tall body turned into ashes and scattered on the soil. On the other hand, the inconspicuous new seedling was rapidly expanding and growing. 1 meter, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, and finally stopped at 500 meters. If endless summer's original trunk could be hugged by 30 linyuans, now even 100 linyuans wouldn't be able to completely hug endless summer's trunk. In an instant, the sapling grew into a 500-meter-tall giant tree. The giant tree branches were full of new leaves, which instantly grew from the size of a sesame seed to the size of a palm. The branches grew luxuriantly on the 500-meter-tall giant tree, and it was as though a beautiful summer had bloomed in the wilderness in early spring. The leaves were layered, and endless summer was in full bloom. Immediately after, the new green that had condensed in midsummer was suffused with pinkish-purple color. The entire tree was filled with flower buds that bloomed. In the blink of an eye, the 500-meter-tall giant tree was filled with football-sized hydrangea flowers. The pinkish-purple hydrangea flowers flourished and pressed down on the branches. Under the tree, Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath bathed in the pinkish-purple flower rain. Seeing that endless summer had recovered to its peak state, the silver dragon pearl in Mystic Moon's hand spun gently. A streak of scarlet lightning as thick as a strand of hair was separated from the silver dragon pearl and struck at endless summer. Endless summer hurriedly controlled the flowers on the tree to resist the scarlet lightning attack. One by one, the beautiful pink and purple flowers broke away from the branches and collided with the scarlet lightning. After endless summer recovered to its peak state, it could gather the enlightenment-shattering law and assume a defensive stance at the same time. Seeing endless summer's defensive posture, Mystic Moon, who was holding the silver dragon pearl, hurriedly said, "Don't resist. The world creation tribulation that I created will not harm you. Go and draw on the wisps of power within the creation calamity to refine the shattered enlightenment law. Only then will you not let little His Highness down." When endless summer heard this, she waved her branches and removed her defensive stance, allowing the hair-thin crimson lightning to strike her body. Although this wisp of the calamity of creation's attack was not enough to hurt endless summer, it startled a tree and buried Lin Yuan, who was under it, alive. Before Lin Yuan was buried alive by the falling flowers, the mother of Bloodbath hurriedly carried him and hovered in the air. As he watched the mother of Bloodbath hug him, he touched the back of his head, awkwardly. Under the sea of flowers, the silver-haired old woman staggered in the air and looked at Endless Summer with envy. The silver-haired old woman did not believe that there was a more comfortable fae in this world than Endless Summer's advancement to a creation breed. At that moment, Mystic Moon was simply using its power to help Endless Summer grow. Every time Endless Summer was struck by a strand of hair-thin crimson lightning, a rain of flowers would fall. The hydrangea-shaped flowers on the branches fell and grew again, repeating endlessly. However, under such meticulous tempering, time passed quickly. Endless Summer had about 3 minutes to digest each of the hair-thin crimson lightning crescent moons. However, the world creation calamity did not wait for anyone. After Endless Summer's 10th tempering, the third world creation calamity suddenly struck down. Mystic Moon did not even look at the third world creation calamity and just waved the silver dragon pearl in her hand. The third tribulation of creation was like another thick red earthworm that continued to be sucked over by the silver dragon ball and circled around it. Seeing that Endless Summer had adapted to the baptism of the crimson lightning, Mystic Moon slowly sped up. 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 1.5 minutes. In the end, it was shortened to 30 seconds. Endless Summer's endurance was also getting stronger. After an unknown number of crimson lightning strikes, Endless Summer felt that the Enlightenment Law, which had been split into pieces, had faintly formed a connection. The connected Enlightenment Law fragments seemed to have formed a world full of enlightenment power. Mystic Moon nodded after sensing Endless Summer's state, seemingly exclaiming that Endless Summer's talent was passable. Seeing that Endless Summer was preparing to continue guiding the world creation calamity power to temper the Enlightenment Law, Mystic Moon said, "There should still be about 300 world creation calamities left. There should still be about 300 creation tribulations left. It's a waste for you to use these 300 creation tribulations to refine the Enlightenment world. Why don't you try and see if you can use the power of these 300 tribulations of creation to refine the sky-covering weeping willow tree core into your own tree core?" Endless Summer hurriedly tried to guide the power of the world creation calamity into the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. Previously, Endless Summer had been using the life-silent fire to extract the plant energy from the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core in order to weaken the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline strength. This would allow Endless Summer to better devour the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline. As a plant fae, Endless Summer could sense that the bloodline hidden in the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core was far stronger than her own bloodline. Therefore, if Endless Summer wanted to devour the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline, it would need to go through a difficult game. The power of these 300 world creation calamities was the most advantageous chip in the game. Endless Summer was very careful. She first used her tree core and the life-silent fire's tree core to surround the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. Then, she let the life-silent fire's tree core enhance her own tree core while suppressing the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline power. Afterward, she used the hair-thin world creation calamity to shatter the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline bit by bit. Each time, she would only devour and refine a small portion of the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline. Endless Summer had the intention to devour the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline 300 times. Endless Summer's choice was very smart, and the implementation was very smooth. Endless Summer's original 500-meter-tall body started to charge toward the clouds again. 500 meters, 600 meters, 800 meters. Endless Summer's body only started to slow down when it grew to 1,000 meters. However, Endless Summer's body was still growing at a visible speed. Endless Summer's original branches were very compact and relatively short. The branches and leaves were usually bunched together. Even if Endless Summer's original body was 500 meters tall, the treetop didn't look that huge. Now that Endless Summer had devoured the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline, its short and lush branches might still be lush, but each of its short branches was rapidly extending. The extended branches made Endless Summer's treetop look like it had suddenly expanded by 3 times. Chapter 900. Apart from the main trunk that was still hard, the rest of the branches were very soft. They were like willow branches that hung down from the main trunk. If Endless Summer's main body was 1,200 meters tall, then the shortest willow branch would be 800 meters long. These willow branches danced with the wind, and each willow branch was covered with pinkish-purple hydrangea-shaped flowers. If Endless Summer had been able to make summer last forever, then the current Endless Summer could make the eternal summer colorful and gorgeous. The nearly 1,000-meter-long willow branches swayed and sprinkled down the pinkish-purple petals, which were filled with a romantic aura. However, Lin Yuan, who had seen Endless Summer in action, knew that as long as it circulated its spiritual power, each of these soft and elegant pinkish-purple petals would turn into a weapon that could seize vitality. Through the princess, Lin Yuan could sense the world power around Endless Summer, which made him rather excited. No matter what, Sky City finally had an Emperor-class combat power. If Sky City was a lamb that held a large amount of resources before, then it was now a lion that could protect the resources in its hands. The Enlightenment world's formation meant that Endless Summer had become a creation breed Fae, and Lin Yuan could no longer detect Endless Summer's true data. However, after absorbing the sky-covering Weeping Willow tree's core, Endless Summer was stronger than before it had absorbed it. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at the silver-haired old woman, who was in a sorry state but did not dare to heal herself. He waved his hand, and a green energy beam landed on the silver-haired old woman's body. It helped the silver-haired old woman recover from her injuries. The silver-haired old woman suddenly realized that her damaged organs were actually slowly healing under the nourishment of the green light. Her organs were no longer in pain. The silver-haired old woman looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude and could not help but sigh in her heart. As expected of the Moon Empress disciple, he actually has such magnanimity. If he were to stand in the position of the youth in front of her, even if he let her go, he would not lower himself to heal her. Talent and luck were innate. Strength was related to talent, and luck as well as hard work. However, this world had always been very realistic. When compared with peers of the same age, the rising faction's disciples would often be stronger than the ordinary disciples. The veteran faction's disciples would also be stronger than the rising faction's disciples. It wouldn't be a problem for an outstanding disciple of a peak faction to fight against 4 or 5 outstanding disciples of a veteran faction. Therefore, strength often represented a person's strength, but it did not represent whether that person was worthy of respect. However, bearing and cultivation had nothing to do with strength. The young man in front of him had a mind as broad as the sea and a temperament as vast as the ocean. This kind of person could be sunny and kind in a low position, living a peaceful life. When they reached a higher position, they would be able to receive blessings all over the place. They would not be lonely like other people in high positions. In fact, Lin Yuan did not think too much about helping the silver-haired old woman recover from her injuries. The silver-haired old woman had no intention of killing Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath from the very beginning. In addition, she had accidentally released the slaughter worms, which had caused trouble for Endless Summer's advancement to a creation breed. The silver-haired old woman's sky-covering Weeping Willow tree core also gave Endless Summer an opportunity. At Endless Summer's level, a fortuitous encounter was extremely rare. In addition, the silver-haired old woman was prepared to offer the slaughter worm to him. It could be said that she was very sincere. Lin Yuan was not someone who did not know what was good for him. However, after healing the silver-haired old woman, he did not bother with her. Instead, he continued to look at Endless Summer. At that moment, Endless Summer had already experienced the creation calamity. The sky-covering weeping willow tree core, the life-form silent fire core, and Endless Summer's own tree core were revolving around Endless Summer's branches. Obviously, the creation breed sky-covering weeping willow tree core had also become a part of Endless Summer's body. At that moment, Endless Summer had already grown 3 cores, and the 3 cores were circulating. Lin Yuan held his breath and waited for the creation calamity cloud to descend the gift of destruction, the creation earth fane. Lin Yuan had heard from his master, the Moon Empress, that when Fays absorbed the world cleansing and the creation earth fane, they could not completely absorb it. There would always be a trace left behind. This trace would fuse into the ground and bring a blessing of universal celebration to all living beings present. As one of them, Lin Yuan naturally would not snatch Endless Summer's creation earth fane. However, Lin Yuan was prepared to use the pure land of bliss to collect the creation earth fane that Endless Summer could not absorb. If he had not come, Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath would already be dead. The other living beings here would also be annihilated along with Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath. Now that he was here, every petal of Endless Summer's petals was wrapped in rich vitality and plant energy. The colorful falling flowers nourished the earth, giving the living beings here a chance to celebrate. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not have the slightest psychological pressure to snatch the creation of the living beings here. At that moment, Lin Yuan had already injected the source sand into the depths of the earth. Lin Yuan let the source sand dig out the ground around Endless Summer. At that time, he would let the pure land of bliss appear under the ground. His action of using the source sand to dig the ground just now could not be hidden from Endless Summer, the mother of Bloodbath, Mystic Moon, and the silver-haired old woman. However, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Mystic Moon all knew his identity as Black. If he used the pure land of bliss on the surface, it would be too conspicuous. If he used it underground, with the source sand's cover, it would not be noticed. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had seen him use the pure land of bliss, so it did not matter if Mystic Moon knew. However, Lin Yuan did not want the silver-haired old woman to know. After all, the silver-haired old woman was not one of them. As for whether the silver-haired old woman could link his identity to Black through the source sand, Lin Yuan did not know. However, Lin Yuan was not worried. Even if the silver-haired old woman guessed it, she would only dare to keep it to herself and not say it out. In fact, when she heard others talking about the silver-haired old woman, she would go forward to warn them, lest the matter was leaked out and he would suspect it for no reason. Mystic Moon had used the calamity of creation in batches to temper Endless Summer for a very long time. When Lin Yuan arrived, the silver moon was still hanging high in the sky, but now the sun was rising in the east. The golden sun was hanging in the corner of the sky and was coming toward the middle of the sky. It wanted to dispel the remaining trace of darkness in the world. At that moment, the calamity of creation suddenly dispersed, and a smear of gold that was even more resplendent than the rising sun appeared in the middle of the tribulation clouds. This smear of gold looked like a golden spine to Lin Yuan. The golden spine was crisscrossed with ravines as though it could evolve into mountains and rivers. Lin Yuan knew that this was the earth vein of creation. As long as the earth vein of creation was buried in the law world, it could increase the evolution of the law world. Just as this golden earth vein was about to land on Endless Summer's treetop, Lin Yuan suddenly activated Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss. Chapter 901. As Lin Yuan activated Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss, white grains of sand instantly appeared around Endless Summer's roots. It made Endless Summer, which had not suffered any damage from the calamity of creation, feel warm and comfortable as though it was soaking in a hot spring. Lin Yuan was doing his best to inject his spiritual power into Pure Land of Bliss to maximize its extension. He was trying to collect all the creation earth veins that Endless Summer had yet to absorb. When the creation earth veins, which were like golden spines, landed on Endless Summer's treetop, the 1,200-meter-tall Endless Summer was covered in a layer of golden light. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that Endless Summer's aura had suddenly strengthened again. It seemed like Endless Summer had transformed again. However, this time, Endless Summer's transformation was not in quality but grade. If Endless Summer was said to be an unhatched egg before, then it was now the eggshell that had been shattered from the inside. As Endless Summer's aura rose, the 1,200-meter-tall tree trunk was also growing rapidly. It grew to 1,800 meters before stopping. At that moment, Endless Summer had become the tallest existence in the wilderness, looking even more majestic than the green mountains in the distance. When the Moon Empress had explained to Lin Yuan about creation breed phase during the question and answer session, she had mentioned Monarch grade, which was above Suzerain. It was different from Diamond X/Fantasy V phase that first evolved into Suzerain before going through the world cleansing to become myth breeds. Only creation breed phase could break through the barrier of Suzerain and become Monarch grade existences. Once a Monarch grade Fae released its aura, it would be enough to make 100 beasts, including Suzerain, tremble in fear. Monarch grade wasn't just a name. It represented the Fae's grade and status. However, Lin Yuan recalled what his master, the Moon Empress, had said when she mentioned Monarch grade. After a Suzerain X Fae became a creation breed, it would need a certain amount of time to attack the threshold of Monarch grade before it could break through. Now, that Endless Summer had just become a creation breed. It had broken through from Suzerain X to Monarch grade. It must be because of the evolution of its bloodline. Another reason was that Mystic Moon had split the two Calamity of Creation's attacks into 1,000 times to temper Endless Summer. It could be said that the second and third strikes of Endless Summer's Calamity of Creation weren't wasted at all. They were all transformed into Endless Summer's foundation and strength. Mystic Moon, who was holding the silver dragon ball, nodded in satisfaction when she saw that Endless Summer had broken through to the Monarch stage. The tree grows 3 cores, and the 3 cores circulate. At the same time, I've also awakened the primordial bloodline within my body. Endless Divine Dream Summer. How interesting. Only in this way is he worthy of staying by His Highness' side. Mystic Moon opened her mouth and directly swallowed the spinning silver dragon ball in her palm. Xianyu, who had just toyed with the 2 Tribulation of Creation attacks, did not look tired at all. It was as if she had done everything casually. Endless Summer's main body, which had evolved to the Monarch stage, waved its branches and transformed into a human. Endless Summer, who had transformed into her human form, hurriedly reached out to grab the Genesis Earth vein that was constantly emitting golden halos. Endless Summer didn't expect to break through the grade that she had been stuck at when she became a creation breed Fae. She had broken through from Suzerain 10 to Monarch 1. If it was a normal breakthrough, Endless Summer would definitely be very happy. However, breaking through at the critical juncture of absorbing the Genesis Earth vein did take a few minutes of Endless Summer's time. These few minutes caused a portion of the Genesis Earth Vein's energy to be lost. The loss of the Genesis Earth Vein's energy made Endless Summer's heart ache. Fortunately, the Genesis Earth Vein's energy loss could be replenished with the nourishment of the world power. When Endless Summer held the Genesis Earth Vein in her hand, an enlightenment power burst out around Endless Summer. A pinkish-purple enlightenment world spread out around Endless Summer. After the enlightenment world opened, Endless Summer hurriedly buried the Genesis Earth Vein in the enlightenment world's underground. The golden spine-like Genesis Earth Vein burst out countless golden threads deep in the enlightenment world's underground, and these golden threads wantonly shuttled through the enlightenment world. The newly formed enlightenment world became increasingly stable under the nourishment of these golden threads, and the enlightenment law's world power was also slowly strengthening. When the golden threads' energy weakened, they were taken back into the Genesis Earth Vein buried deep in the enlightenment world's underground. Then, the Earth Vein of creation would spit out the golden threads that had been charged, and it would refine and enlighten the world again and again. Endless Summer was now a creation breed Class 1 creation lineage Fae. Endless Summer, who had transformed into human form, was still wearing the same pinkish-purple palace dress as before. However, Endless Summer's aura was completely different. Now, Endless Summer's aura was even more otherworldly than before, and every movement had a trace of a strange charm. This charm coincided with the Enlightenment world source, causing Endless Summer to feel as though it had transcended the main world and become an existence on the same level as the main world's willpower. The pure land of bliss that Lin Yuan had spread out under the ground was also constantly absorbing the golden light from the creation Earth Vein. When the golden light from the Genesis Earth Vein landed on the pure land of bliss, Lin Yuan, who was controlling the pure land of bliss, immediately felt an unprecedented pressure. This pressure made Lin Yuan sigh in his heart. It seems like Morbius' grade is still too low. Currently, Morbius was only a Bronze X/Legend Fae, so it was obviously not strong enough to absorb the energy contained in the creation land vein. Only when the blue flash purple butterfly became a fantasy breed would Morbius grade and grade usher in a leap. At that time, Lin Yuan would probably be able to use true data to investigate the creation breed Fae. However, Lin Yuan was reluctant to give up the energy contained in the Genesis Earth Vein. Lin Yuan withstood the pressure and forcefully injected spirit chi into the pure land of bliss, supporting it to absorb the remaining energy from the Genesis Earth Vein. Fortunately, this was only a very small portion of the Genesis Earth Vein's energy. If there was a little more, it would be useless even if Lin Yuan forcefully supported it. However, such forceful support was not without a price. When Lin Yuan resisted the pressure and forcefully circulated his spirit chi, it caused the spirit chi in his body to be in disorder. The chaotic spirit chi wreaked havoc in Lin Yuan's body, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Such injuries made Lin Yuan feel a sweetness in his throat. Lin Yuan grunted, and dark red blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth and nose. Lin Yuan's sudden bleeding from his mouth and nose frightened the mother of Bloodbath, which was hugging Lin Yuan, and it also frightened the silver-haired old woman standing nearby. The silver-haired old woman's heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly tightened, and she hurriedly and subconsciously distanced herself from Lin Yuan. Chapter 902. The silver-haired old woman thought to herself, "I didn't do anything. Will Mystic Moon Emissary blame Lin Yuan's injuries on me? If this matter was blamed on me, it would be the same as me letting the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord see blood. Even the entire Brahma insect cage would not be able to compensate for such a crime." The mother of Bloodbath was also shocked to see Lin Yuan suddenly bleeding from his mouth and nose. Ever since the mother of Bloodbath had followed Lin Yuan as his path protector, Lin Yuan's body had been abnormally healthy. Furthermore, the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar had removed all impurities in his body, and his genetic model had been optimized. How could such a healthy Lin Yuan suddenly bleed from his mouth and nose? The mother of Bloodbath had not sensed anyone attacking Lin Yuan. Even if the silver-haired old woman was an emperor-class expert, the mother of Bloodbath was confident that it would have sensed her if she had really attacked Lin Yuan. However, the mother of Bloodbath's gaze toward the silver-haired old woman became vigilant when it saw that Lin Yuan's mouth and nose were still bleeding. The mother of Bloodbath hurriedly used its blood law to control the blood flow in Lin Yuan's body, allowing Lin Yuan's chaotic blood qi to return to normal. The mother of Bloodbath did not waste the blood that Lin Yuan was bleeding. It used the blood law to inject it into Lin Yuan's body. Mystic Moon also saw that Lin Yuan's mouth and nose were suddenly bleeding, so she hurriedly went in front of Lin Yuan to check his body. After confirming that Lin Yuan was fine, Mystic Moon did not ask any more questions and just stood by Lin Yuan's side to protect him. Mystic Moon felt that Lin Yuan was using his spiritual power to control the source sand under his feet. Lin Yuan's injuries should have something to do with the source sand. As the young lord, Lin Yuan could make his own decisions. Mystic Moon only needed to do her best to protect Lin Yuan. However, Mystic Moon had always been curious about Lin Yuan. Mystic Moon's sacred source life form was one of the 3 sacred source life forms that built Star Web. If Mystic Moon wanted to use Star Web to check on Lin Yuan's information, she would have to do so. It could be said that everything Lin Yuan did on Star Web was no secret to Mystic Moon. However, Mystic Moon had never done so. Instead, she used the sacred source life form to firmly lock all information about Lin Yuan. Without Mystic Moon's unlocking, even the other Their Holiness would not be able to find out his information. Although Mystic Moon locked Lin Yuan's information and did not check it herself, she had been paying attention to Lin Yuan's public news on Star Web like an ordinary person. They cheered for Lin Yuan's growth. After confirming that Lin Yuan was fine, Mystic Moon looked at the slaughter worm. It was no secret that Lin Yuan possessed the blue flash purple butterfly. Mystic Moon naturally knew about it. Lin Yuan had the blue flash purple butterfly. As long as he summoned it, the slaughter worms would immediately become its most loyal guards. He took the initiative to establish a servant contract with the blue flash purple butterfly and used the laws in his body to swear loyalty to it. This was also the reason why Mystic Moon hadn't been too harsh on the silver-haired old lady when she had decided to give the slaughter worm to Lin Yuan. Endless Summer had finished absorbing the world creation Earth Meridian and was flying toward him. Lin Yuan first congratulated Endless Summer before revealing a puzzled expression. Unlike the massive amount of spirit chi crystals that he had expected to appear in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, only a golden bead had appeared in the Pure Land of Bliss. This golden bead was exuding the same aura as the Genesis Earth vein. Lin Yuan looked carefully and found that there seemed to be a small section of a golden spine in this golden pearl, just like the one in the creation era's Earth vein. This made Lin Yuan sigh and say to himself, "That's right. Looks like I was thinking too much. That was right." After a myth-breed fae underwent the world cleansing, the world grace that descended was essentially a massive amount of pure spirit chi. It was normal for the Pure Land of Bliss to absorb the massive amount of pure spirit chi and turn it into spirit chi crystals. However, the nature of the Earth vein of creation was different from the grace of heaven and earth. It did not contain a huge amount of pure spirit chi. Instead, it was a type of energy that could enhance the evolution of world force. This kind of energy grew endlessly in the world of laws and would not decrease because of consumption. Instead, it would increase under the nourishment of the world energy. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that when his princess Luo Kun had promoted the Dark Death Law into the Dark Death world, there had not been a world creation Earthfane. Just like when the vicious Venom Law had promoted from Myth 2 to Myth 3, there had not been a world cleansing. It could be said that Princess Luo Kun could enhance the complete laws extracted from the law crystals and even promote the complete laws into a world of laws. However, she could not obtain the same reward as a fresh Fae after the world cleansing and creation tribulation. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder what would happen if he buried this golden pearl in the Dark Death world. Lin Yuan planned to summon Princess Luo Kun from the depths of his soul and show her the golden pearl that the pure land of bliss had absorbed the earth vein of creation's energy. He would ask for Princess Luo Kun's opinion. While pondering, Lin Yuan saw Endless Summer, who had walked close to him, bowed to him, and only got up after a long time. Then, Endless Summer turned to look at Mystic Moon and was ready to thank her. Upon seeing this, Mystic Moon waved her hand and said, "You don't have to thank me. If it weren't for young Lord, I wouldn't have come here, let alone help you." Endless Summer still thanked Mystic Moon upon hearing that, but she did not say the word "thank you" to Lin Yuan. In Endless Summer's opinion, saying the word "thank you" would make it seem like she was underestimating Lin Yuan's kindness. Xia Lin Yuan revealed a bright smile as he looked at Endless, who was standing beside him. "I've finally become a creation breed." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Endless Summer couldn't help but reveal a look of shame. Endless Summer felt that she had consumed too many of Lin Yuan's law crystals. Her current breakthrough was all because of Lin Yuan's law crystals. At that moment, Endless Summer saw Lin Yuan take out a colorful ball of light and place it in front of her. When Endless Summer saw this seven-colored light, she immediately recognized what this seven-colored light was. Before Endless Summer could react, she heard Lin Yuan's voice. "Since I've become a creation breed, I should be able to contract sacred source life forms." When Endless Summer heard Lin Yuan's words, she revealed a look of disbelief. The look of disbelief on Endless Summer's face disappeared. Lin Yuan had been willing to take out so many law crystals for him to consume, so it was no longer surprising that he would take out a sacred source life form for him to contract. Endless Summer understood that this was truly Lin Yuan's affection for her. Endless Summer, who was determined to protect Lin Yuan for a lifetime, did not hesitate to accept the sacred source life form from Lin Yuan. Chapter 904. When Lin Yuan had accidentally nurtured astrologer Ji Tan, he had felt that astrologer Ji Tan was useless. After all, things like misfortune were too illusory. However, after a period of time, Lin Yuan realized that Wang Fuxiang wasn't the only one infected with misfortune. For example, at the Nix conference, Lin Yuan had learned that Chef Supreme's disciple, Zhongzhe, was also infected with bad luck. As the disciple of the Class 5 Creation Master, Chef Supreme, Zhongzhe had been infected with misfortune. Had Chef Supreme not thought of a solution? When chatting with Zhongzhe and Gu Lang, Lin Yuan knew that Zhongzhe and Gu Lang were childhood friends. Both of them had been raised by Supreme Chef and Bamboo Monarch since they were young, so it was impossible for Supreme Chef not to know that Zhongzhe was infected with bad luck. However, Zhongzhe's misfortune had yet to be removed, so Lin Yuan could not help but feel apprehensive. Could it be that even a Class 5 Creation Master couldn't remove the bad luck on their bodies? If that was the case, then the value of the astrological epiphyllum pollen would be immeasurable. After witnessing the relationship between Wang Fuxiang and the Bamboo Monarch at the Nix assembly, Lin Yuan was even more certain of his thoughts. If a Class 5 Creation Master could remove the bad luck that was tainted on him, then the Bamboo Monarch would not be affected by Wang Fuxiang. Although astrologer Ji Tan's pollen could be put to use, he still needed to carefully consider how to make a move. Endless Summer replied, That's right. Young master, I'll return to the manor and wait for you with the sacred source life form. The mother of Bloodbath wanted to say something, but hesitated. As the path protector, the mother of Bloodbath naturally wanted to stay by Lin Yuan's side and hide in his hair like before. However, Mystic Moon was now by Lin Yuan's side, and he was going to the Radiant Moon Palace, so there was no danger. The mother of Bloodbath sighed and said, I won't be of any use even if I follow him. All right, I'll go to the manor to wait for you to come back. The mother of Bloodbath planned to work harder to improve its strength after returning to the manor. After all, it was still stuck at Myth 2. He had even reached the level of Myth 3 body weaponization. Such strength was already extremely powerful in the entire Radiance Federation and belonged to the top of the pyramid. However, Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, and the Moon Empress was at the top of the pyramid. Therefore, in the mother of Bloodbath's opinion, its current strength was still a little too weak to be Lin Yuan's path protector. However, the mother of Bloodbath did not feel remorseful. With 3 red water blood snakes, it activated its exclusive skill, External Blood Bone. The mother of Bloodbath knew that it could fight against 4 same-grade Fays without being at a disadvantage. The mother of Bloodbath had always been very confident in its talent and bloodline. As long as it became a creation breed, it would definitely be much stronger than ordinary creation breed Fays. However, success came from external blood bones, and failure came from external blood bones. External blood bones allowed one's strength to increase exponentially. However, it also doubled the amount of resources he needed to level up. The mother of Bloodbath was not a creation master and had no way to obtain resources by staying in the mansion. The resources that the mother of Bloodbath consumed had always been provided by Lin Yuan. Even if it knew that Lin Yuan had endless resources, the mother of Bloodbath was still afraid that it would consume too many resources to become a creation breed, and Lin Yuan would not be able to afford it. The mother of Bloodbath thought to itself, should I find a chance to return to the depths of the endless forest and enter seclusion for a period of time while collecting blood-type spiritual ingredients? Lin Yuan noticed the expression on the mother of Bloodbath's face and knew that although the mother of Bloodbath looked a little cold, it was different from before. He knew that although the mother of Bloodbath looked cold, it was actually a very sensitive person. It just so happened that he had already provided Endless Summer as a creation breed. Next, Lin Yuan was prepared to fully provide for the mother of Bloodbath. He had just given the sacred source life form that he had prepared for the mother of Bloodbath, and it just so happened that he had obtained another sacred source life form during the civil and martial duel. Lin Yuan thought that he might as well give the new sacred source life form to the mother of Bloodbath when he returned to the mansion. After the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer left, Mystic Moon glanced at the slaughter worm and asked Lin Yuan, "Young lord, how do you think we should deal with this slaughter worm?" "Young lord, how do you think we should deal with this slaughter worm?" Lin Yuan had just used Morbius True Data to check on the Myth 3 slaughter worm in front of him. In the end, the slaughter worm was just a larva of the slaughter sky butterfly. When the slaughter worm evolved into a creation breed and transformed into the slaughter sky disc, in addition to the laws it comprehended, its abilities and exclusive skills would all undergo earth-shattering changes. Therefore, the slaughter worm's true data did not have any practical reference value to Lin Yuan. However, the laws comprehended by the slaughter worm were indeed special. The willpower comprehended by most Fays was generally related to their attributes. After such an attribute willpower transformed into a law, it would naturally become an elemental law, which coincided with the various natural elements. However, the slaughter worm's law was not an elemental law, but a pure power law. Not only did the power law allow the slaughter worm to possess more power than other Fays, but it also greatly improved its physique. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if I kill the Myth 3 slaughter worm and let the princess's skirt inscribe the Myth 3's power law, through the power law's feedback, I'm sure my strength will receive a huge boost. However, this thought only appeared in Lin Yuan's mind for a moment before he suppressed it. The slaughter worm in front of him could quickly become a creation breed with the help of the law crystal. Moreover, the slaughter worm did not need external help like endless summer to become a creation breed. The slaughter worm transformed into a slaughter cocoon chrysalis that could perfectly resist the attacks of the 3 creation tribulations. A living creator breed sky-devouring butterfly was far more useful than the laws engraved in the princess dress. When Lin Yuan used Blackie's exclusive skill, Spirit Purity Burst, the damage would mainly be caused by the spirit chi gathering at one point. Power wouldn't be able to increase the damage of Spirit Purity Burst. Moreover, the Mother of Bloodbath was about to advance to a creation breed. With an additional creation breed, the slaughtering sky butterfly could protect the Mother of Bloodbath to the greatest extent during the creation tribulation. Uncle Xian, why don't you take care of this slaughter worm for me first and hand it over to me when I leave the Radiant Moon Palace? Xian Yu nodded. Your Highness, I'll help you keep the slaughter worms first. After saying that, Mystic Moon walked to the front of the slaughter worm and snorted. I know you can understand. If you don't want to suffer, then become smaller. The slaughter worm had seen Mystic Moon's main body and felt her aura, although it was not scared to the point of incontinence like the Sky Overlord Snake Dove. It was still very afraid of Mystic Moon. The first was even more terrifying. End of this chapter. Chapter 9:05. The slaughter worm hurriedly shrunk to a length of 5 to 6 centimeters, looking like an ordinary caterpillar covered with burrs. Mystic Moon grabbed the slaughter worm that had shrunk to the size of an ordinary caterpillar and placed it in a jade box. The jade box was just an artifact carved from supreme-grade fine jade and did not have any defensive ability. The slaughter worm could shatter the jade box at will. However, the slaughter worm in the jade box remained motionless, not daring to resist in the slightest. The slaughter worm's intelligence was chaotic, but it knew its mission very well. The slaughter worm lived to hatch the slaughter butterfly. Therefore, when facing a powerful existence like Mystic Moon, it would not think of a life and death struggle. Instead, it knew how to compromise and live better than other fays. Lin Yuan knew that if he summoned the blue flash purple butterfly now, he could immediately subdue the slaughter worm, but it had not formed a contract with him. He could not put the slaughter worm back into the spiritual spatial zone. At most, he could only put the slaughter worm in the spirit lock spatial zone and let the blue flash purple butterfly control the slaughter worm there. Although it was true that the slaughter worms would follow the blue flash purple butterfly, they would not use the power of the world to create a slave contract with the blue flash purple butterfly. They would not become the blue flash purple butterfly's servant. Without the binding of the oath, Lin Yuan was really afraid that the slaughter worm would run amok in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan's precious items were all in the spirit lock spatial zone, and the Myth 3 slaughter worm had the ability to kill the phase and destroy the spiritual materials in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan could not bear it if the slaughter worm killed heaven and earth phase like the twin red pagoda, phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, and cinnabar osmanthus haworthia in the spirit lock spatial zone. Not to mention the floating island whale, gray, genius, chimey, wind speed rapid antelope, Silver Splendor, and Zither, which were Lin Yuan's own phase, had yet to hatch. Moreover, if Lin Yuan wanted to hoard resources, he needed the various elemental shellfish that could continuously produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yuan planned to help this slaughter worm become a creation breed in the shortest time after leaving the Radiant Moon Palace. Anyway, Under the princess' constant extraction of the law origin crystals, there were more and more of them. This slaughter worm was not like Endless Summer, who had just advanced to Myth 3 and had no foundation. This slaughter worm had relied on itself to reach the suzerain/Myth 3 high rank. He believed that it would not take many rule crystals before he could advance to a creation breed. After helping Lin Yuan collect the slaughter worms, Mystic Moon prepared to head to the Radiant Moon Palace with Lin Yuan. The most convenient way to head to the Radiant Moon Palace was to return to the Treasure Cave Golden Toad artifact. He then used the ethereal jellyfish's ability node to teleport back to the Radiant Moon Palace. Although there were a few pauses in between, it was only the blink of an eye when the silver-haired old woman saw that Mystic Moon and Lin Yuan were about to leave. She could not help but hesitate. She did not know if she should go forward and talk to Lin Yuan now. If he didn't respond, the sky-engulfing weeping willow tree core and the slaughter worm would only be enough to offset his sins. If she went forward and said hello, she might be able to exchange phone numbers with Lin Yuan. In the future, she would have an excuse to have a good relationship with him. Seeing that Mystic Moon had entered the golden toad-shaped artifact, the silver-haired old woman mustered up the courage to walk up to Lin Yuan and say, "Your Excellency, I was reckless this time and caused trouble for you. If possible, I would like to have a chance to visit and apologize to you." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately knew what the silver-haired old woman meant. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately knew what the silver-haired old woman meant. There's no need to visit and apologize. The sky-engulfing weeping willow tree core and slaughter worm are enough. Lin Yuan's words made the silver-haired old woman's eyes darken. She had only said that she wanted to visit and apologize as a euphemism, but she did not expect that Lin Yuan would reject this euphemism without thinking. However, Lin Yuan's next words made the silver-haired old woman's eyes suddenly light up. "If you want to visit, you are naturally a guest." Upon hearing that, the silver-haired old woman hurriedly took out the cell phone that she had not used for a long time and prepared to save Lin Yuan's number. 70% of all the species in the world were insects. Insects were the largest group of all life in the world. This was also why the Brahma insect cage, which used insect species phase as a function, could dominate the top 3 pinnacle factions for nearly 100 years. With such a faction, if Lin Yuan wanted to develop Sky City, he would have to make contact and even cooperate with them. If he built a good relationship with the Brahma insect cage, he would not have to put in effort to find insect species phase when he needed them in the future. It would just be a matter of a phone call. Moreover, if Lin Yuan wanted to compete for the Radiance Envoy position, he had to have influence. It would always be beneficial for Lin Yuan to establish a good relationship with a pinnacle faction. Lin Yuan wanted to make the Moon Empress proud of him through his hard work. He did not want others to subconsciously think of him as the Moon Empress disciple when they saw him. Lin Yuan also saved the silver-haired old woman's number and sent a text message to Lu Jia before preparing to use the node teleportation. He told Lu Jia not to worry, and that Endless Summer's advancement to a creation breed was going smoothly. With the ethereal jellyfish's ability node teleportation, Lin Yuan quickly returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. "Xian, you also came out of the Treasure Cave Golden Cicada." Lin Yuan and Mystic Moon were walking toward the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. They had just passed through the corridor when they saw Mystic Moon standing at the entrance of the inner palace. Song Yu said hurriedly when she saw Lin Yuan and Mystic Moon. "The Moon Empress is concocting the spirit fluid." Mystic Moon hurriedly stopped in her tracks. Song Yu turned around and said to Lin Yuan, "Your Highness, you may enter the rear hall at any time. The Moon Empress has been talking about you ever since she returned." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan nodded and walked toward the inner palace. the Moon Empress had always been concocting the spirit fluid, and even Mystic Moon and Cold Moon were not allowed to disturb her. However, she gave Lin Yuan the right to enter the inner palace at any time. After entering the inner palace, Lin Yuan saw hundreds of spiritual ingredients from Phase of Providence placed on the console in front of the Moon Empress. After seeing these spiritual ingredients, Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress should be thinking of a solution for the Bamboo Monarch. Lin Yuan did not go forward to disturb her. He quietly stood at the side and waited for the Moon Empress to finish concocting the spirit fluid. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw 7 green birds with vine-like feathers continuously picking up spiritual ingredients and pecking them into pieces before putting them into the crystal vessels in front of the Moon Empress. Under the Moon Empress' massive soul force, the spiritual ingredients in the crystal vessels rapidly fused together. These spiritual ingredients were stirred by the soul force thousands of times per second and turned into a wisp of viscous gas. The Moon Empress' hand shook and finally concocted the amber-colored gas into a suet fat jade essence bottle that was prepared in advance. She then sealed the bottle tightly. The second one was even better. End of this chapter. Chapter 906. This was not the first time Lin Yuan had seen the Moon Empress concoct spiritual ingredients, but every time he saw her concoct spiritual ingredients, he felt an indescribable shock. The Moon Empress processing of spiritual ingredients was simply too fast. Dozens of spiritual ingredients took less than a minute to achieve 100% fusion. Lin Yuan had seen Master Hongshen concoct spirit liquids before. Master Hongshen would need to use his soul power for at least 2 hours to process dozens of spiritual ingredients. Furthermore, there was no guarantee of 100% success. With such a comparison, Lin Yuan felt that the gap between Class 5 and Class 4 Creation Masters was simply too huge. There seemed to be a gap between Class 5 and Class 4 Creation Masters, and this gap was even bigger than the gap between Class 4 and Class 1 Creation Masters. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's solemn face, she revealed a faint smile. However, when she looked at the amber-colored gas in the mutton fat jade essence bottle, she let out a soft sigh. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan walked up and asked softly, "Master, is the gas in this bottle the medicine that can help Wang Fuxiang dispel her body of misfortune?" Upon hearing that, the Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan had already heard about the accident that had occurred at the Nyx assembly. The spirit liquid in this bottle can dispel the Bamboo Monarch's soul that has been corroded by misfortune, but the prerequisite is to eliminate the source of the misfortune. The Moon Empress then put away the white jade essence bottle. In the past, the Moon Empress might have agreed with Chef Supreme's method. However, the Moon Empress, who had accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple, understood that even if Chef Supreme's method could solve the problem, it would definitely create a feud with the Bamboo Monarch. The Bamboo Monarch was a wise man. He chose to be with Wang Fuxiang despite knowing that he would be affected by bad luck. This meant that Bamboo Monarch was already prepared for the worst. Under such circumstances, the Bamboo Monarch would never allow Supreme Chef to hurt Wang Fuxiang. Putting herself in Lin Yuan's shoes, if this matter had happened to her, the Moon Empress would not have allowed anyone to make a move on Lin Yuan. After weighing the pros and cons, the Moon Empress might even choose to sacrifice herself to pass on this legacy. As such, the Moon Empress had already decided not to join in the fun. If Chef Supreme was willing to go to the purple bamboo forest, the Moon Empress couldn't be bothered to stop him. In any case, the Moon Empress wouldn't be bringing Lin Yuan there. When Lin Yuan saw the worry on the Moon Empress' face, he felt a little uncomfortable. In Lin Yuan's impression, this was the first time he had seen the Moon Empress' face reveal such helpless worry. Lin Yuan asked again, "Master, I heard from Zhongzhe that the Bamboo Monarch was unwell during the Great Night Assembly. Is it because of Wang Fuxiang's constitution of misfortune?" The Moon Empress nodded in response. Wang Fuxiang's body of misfortune is congenital. It must have something to do with her background. The bad luck that this kind of physique carries has a great impact on a person's soul. The bad luck will become more destructive as the love in the soul deepens. Bamboo Monarch's soul has already been corroded by this misfortune. He can't even concoct a 5-star spirit liquid. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan thought to himself, "Sure enough, it's the same as I thought." Lin Yuan was originally considering how to use astrologer Ji Tan's pollen, but it seemed like there was only one method that was the best choice. That was to give astrologer Ji Tan's pollen to the Moon Empress. Astrologer Ji Tan's pollen could remove bad luck. As long as there was a large supply of astrologer Ji Tan's pollen, it would be enough to remove Wang Fuxiang's constitution of bad luck. With Wang Fuxiang's body of misfortune gone, Bamboo Monarch's soul would no longer be affected by it. With the bottle of spirit liquid that Lin Yuan's master had concocted, Bamboo Monarch's body would immediately recover. It could be said that Bamboo Monarch's life and death moment had arrived. On one side was his true love, and on the other was his life and responsibility. It would be difficult for Bamboo Monarch to make a decision. However, it was useless for Bamboo Monarch to not make a decision. There would always be someone to help him make the decision. If Lin Yuan's master, the Moon Empress, could take out astrologer Ji Tan's pollen and remove Bamboo Monarch's predicament, then Bamboo Monarch would owe the Moon Empress a huge favor that he would never be able to repay. This would definitely be extremely beneficial to the Moon Empress. Previously, the Moon Empress had always been taking care of him meticulously. Lin Yuan felt that it was time for him to help her out. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Master, if we can remove Wang Fuxiang's body of misfortune, wouldn't this matter be a happy ending?" Lin Yuan then took out the brocade box that contained the astrologer Ji Tan's pollen and said, "Master, take a look. Master, take a look. I obtained this by chance when I was nurturing phase. The things inside should be helpful to Wang Fuxiang's body of misfortune." After saying that, he handed the brocade box to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress was still thinking about the Bamboo Monarch's matter and couldn't help but be speechless when she heard Lin Yuan's words. However, the Moon Empress didn't take Lin Yuan's words lightly. On the one hand, it was out of trust and respect for her disciple. On the other hand, after witnessing the golden lotus brocade plant that Lin Yuan had nurtured, the Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan's creation master level was enough to stand on his own. The Moon Empress took the brocade box from Lin Yuan's hand and gently opened it. She looked at the pale golden pollen inside and used her fingers to gently pick up a pinch to examine it. At a glance, the Moon Empress' eyes brightened. The pollen in the box was indeed able to cure Wang Fuxiang's body of misfortune, but her body of misfortune was too strong. The astrologer Ji Tan's pollen was clearly not enough. The Moon Empress asked Lin Yuan, "Disciple, do you still have the pollen in this brocade box?" Lin Yuan nodded in response. "Master, I will be able to get a box of pollen every week." Upon hearing that, the Moon Empress immediately used her hand to touch the stray hair on Lin Yuan's forehead. "Disciple, you've done the Bamboo Monarch a great favor. Let's go. Master will bring you to the Purple Bamboo Garden. You will personally hand the pollen in this brocade box to the Bamboo Monarch." The Moon Empress thought of the Chef Supreme, who was rushing to the Purple Bamboo Garden, and thought that she should call him first to stop him. Otherwise, if the Chef Supreme made a move first, the Bamboo Monarch and the Chef Supreme would not have to fight to the death. They would probably not have any contact for the rest of their lives. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, "Master, I feel that this astrologer Ji Tan's pollen is the most suitable for you to give to the Bamboo Monarch." The Moon Empress was slightly startled and immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention. The Moon Empress felt warmth in her heart. She placed her hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder and touched the radiant bead on his collar. She said gently, by giving astrologer Ji Tan's pollen to the bamboo monarch, it is equivalent to holding a huge favor from the bamboo monarch. You have also saved Wang Fuxiang's life and become her benefactor. From now on, the bamboo forest will give you whatever you want from the bamboo monarch. Lin Yuan gently shook his head in response. Lin Yuan naturally understood the meaning behind the Moon Empress' words, but his current status wasn't on the same level as the bamboo monarch. This favor could indeed make Lin Yuan's path smoother. However, Lin Yuan had always been relying on himself, and even his master, the Moon Empress, did not want to trouble him. Naturally, he wouldn't be calculative about the bamboo monarch's favor. On the contrary, this favor would be more useful to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress and smiled, revealing his small white teeth. I only need master. The third one. There are prizes for guessing Endless Summer's sacred source life form. End of chapter. Chapter 907. After the Moon Empress received astrologer Ji Tan's pollen from Lin Yuan, she immediately called Chef Supreme. Over the phone, the Moon Empress only said, "Don't do anything. I have a way." Then she hung up the call. The Moon Empress said to Lin Yuan, "Disciple, I will be going to the purple bamboo forest for a few days. When I go, I will bring Sang Yue with me. If there's anything, just give me a call or look for Xian Yu." After saying that, the Moon Empress handed him the prize that he had won in the civil and martial duels. Uncontracted sacred source life forms all looked exactly the same. It was impossible to tell what was inside, so Lin Yuan did not probe further. The other square badge was engraved with 10 modeled patterns of light and shadow. Some of these patterns were bright, some were dark, and they carried a sense of the vicissitudes of time. The metal of radiant light looked like a vast soup that carried the torrent of time, with a seed of an unknown plant embedded in the center. The vast torrent of time surrounded the seed, telling the seed the torch of inheritance with the light. He was waiting for the seed to grow into a towering tree that would provide shade for all living beings in the radiance. The design of the radiant light emblem looked very simple, and it felt light in his hand. However, when Lin Yuan held the radiant light metal in his hand, he only felt that it was full of weight. This weight did not come from his hands, but from the bottom of his heart. This was because this radiant light metal was the beginning of his path to becoming a radiance envoy. It was also the advantage of being one step ahead of others. After the Moon Empress handed over the civil and martial arena's rewards to Lin Yuan, she didn't stay for long and immediately headed for the purple bamboo forest. The Moon Empress could stop Chef Supreme with a phone call because she knew what he was thinking. However, the Moon Empress did not know what the others were thinking. If anything happened during this period of time, it would not be a good thing for the entire Radiance sect. Even though the situation was grim, the Moon Empress still had a warm smile on her face when she left. It was as if he had just heard something that could make him secretly happy. After the Moon Empress left, Lin Yuan wanted to take off his moonlight imperial robe in the inner palace. However, after fiddling with it for a while, he gave up on taking off the moon regal robe. This moonlight royal robe was not easy to put on, and it was even more difficult to take off. Over 300 pieces of accessories formed the moonlight royal robe. The most inferior accessories were made from the spiritual ingredients of creation breed phase. These spirit materials looked light, but they were extremely sturdy. It was impossible to change the shape of the accessories with brute force. The matching of the accessories was very delicate and ingenious. Only by following the steps could one take off the moonlight royal robe completely. When Lin Yuan walked out of the inner palace, he saw Mystic Moon at the entrance. "Uncle Xian, I really can't take off this moonlight royal robe." Hee, why don't you help me take them off, Uncle Xian? While speaking, Lin Yuan tried to undo the radiant pearl collar on his neck. He could not understand how Mystic Moon had managed to put it on his neck with just a raise of her hand, which was so difficult to undo. Xian Yu smiled brightly. Your Highness, let's go to the Moon Crown Pavilion now. Normally, the Moon Empress Moon Crown robe is placed in the Moon Crown Pavilion. When the Moon Empress was creating this Moon Empress Crown robe, she also left a place in the Moon Crown Pavilion to store it. After hearing Mystic Moon's words, Lin Yuan and Mystic Moon set off for the Moon Crown Pavilion. In the Moon Crown Pavilion, Mystic Moon skillfully helped Lin Yuan take off the Moonlight Crown robe and hung it on the left side of the Moon Crown Pavilion. Then, he placed more than 300 accessories on a jade table covered with moonlight silk on the left side of the Crown Moon Pavilion. Xian Yu said, previously, the Moon Empress Moonlight Crown robe had always been placed in the center of the Moon Crown Pavilion. Now, the Moon Empress has moved her Moonlight Crown robe to the right, leaving the left for the young lord. After saying that, Mystic Moon couldn't help but think about the changes in the Radiant Moon Palace in the past 6 months. Ever since Lin Yuan had become the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord, there were more and more traces of him everywhere in the Radiant Moon Palace. Basically, whatever the Moon Empress had, he would have it too. Xian Yu liked her little highness from the bottom of her heart. After exiting the Moon Crown Pavilion, Xian Yu spoke again. Young lord, why don't I release the slaughter worms while you summon the blue flash purple butterfly? According to the nature of the slaughter worms, even if the blue flash purple butterfly isn't able to control them completely, the slaughter worms won't casually attack. If young lord wishes to control the slaughter worms completely, you will need to evolve them into a creation breed and transform them into the slaughter heaven disc. Lin Yuan nodded and said, Uncle Mystic, release the slaughter worms. After saying that, Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned the blue flash purple butterfly from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After the blue flash purple butterfly was summoned, it fluttered in the air and flashed with purple afterimages. Even Mystic Moon couldn't help but raise her brows when she saw the blue flash purple butterfly's beauty. Even Mystic Moon couldn't help but raise her brows when she saw the blue flash purple butterfly's beauty. The blue flash purple butterfly was indeed worthy of being the leader of butterfly phase in terms of beauty. When the blue flash purple butterfly evolved into the purple sunset beauty butterfly, its beauty would really be enough to topple the world. Mystic Moon also took out the jade box and opened it before the slaughter worm, which had just been released from the jade box, could do anything else. It was immediately attracted by the fluttering blue flash purple butterfly. In an instant, it turned from a cruel and greedy worm into a pug. It twisted its body and jumped around on the ground, looking like it was cheering. It was like a loser seeing a fantasy breed goddess that didn't exist and was in a state of celebration. The blue flash purple butterfly didn't care about the slaughter worm that was jumping around on the ground and just flew around Lin Yuan. It was implicitly expressing the male butterfly's closeness to Lin Yuan. Based on his spiritual energy connection with the blue flash purple butterfly, Lin Yuan could clearly feel the blue flash purple butterfly's disdain for the slaughter worm. He couldn't help but be speechless when he sensed the blue flash purple butterfly's disdain for the slaughter worm, just like how genius disdained the water world dimensional life form's flesh. The slaughter worm might not be very good looking now, but it was one of the 3 supreme bloodlines among butterfly phase. In terms of bloodline alone, the slaughter worm was actually a level higher than the blue flash purple butterfly. Moreover, the slaughter worm was so powerful, so Lin Yuan really didn't know what the blue flash purple butterfly disliked. Lin Yuan ordered the blue flash purple butterfly to control the slaughter worm to stand properly and then transform its body, which was 5 to 6 centimeters long, to about 1 meter long. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, the blue flash purple butterfly reluctantly started to deal with the slaughter worm. Under the blue flash purple butterfly's order, the slaughter worm immediately appeared on the spot obediently and transformed its body to about 1 meter long. The first time was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 908. After being commanded by the blue flash purple butterfly, the slaughter worm's small brownish-black eyes revealed obvious intoxication. This intoxication seemed to exceed the instinct inscribed in the slaughter worm's genes. It even made the slaughter worm forget its nature to evolve into a slaughter butterfly, and only wanted to please the fluttering blue flash purple butterfly. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan secretly sighed at the blue flash purple butterfly's domineering appearance. Lin Yuan could not help but think of the 12 heaven fragrance beauties that the Moon Empress had given him. The blue flash purple butterfly's attraction to butterfly species phase was not limited to the butterfly species. It was just that different butterfly species phase were attracted to the blue flash purple butterfly to different degrees. Those 12 heaven fragrance beauties had been nurtured by the Moon Empress, and Lin Yuan had not formed a contract with them, so he could not control them very easily. At most, he could control the imperial armored martial god insects to pull the Fey carriage. However, after the blue flash purple butterfly evolved into the purple sunset beauty butterfly, Lin Yuan could use the purple sunset beauty butterfly to attract the 12 heaven fragrance beauties. He could control the heaven fragrance beauties as if they were his arms. In this way, those 10 heaven fragrance beauties that Lin Yuan had not formed a contract with would indirectly become Lin Yuan's phase through the purple sunset goddess butterfly. At that time, the Class 8 alien insect, imperial armored martial god insects that the heaven fragrance beauties controlled would not be as simple as pulling the carriage. They could already act as Lin Yuan's personal guards according to the purple sunset goddess butterfly's orders. This was a great benefit for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could finally pour resources into nurturing those 12 Diamond X/Fantasy V Heaven Fragrance Beauties with peace of mind. Once these Diamond X/Fantasy V Heavenly Fragrance Beauty J accumulated for a period of time, it was very likely that she would undergo the world cleansing and transform into a myth breed Fae. With the mother of bloodbath, endless summer, Duan He, and the slaughter butterfly around, anyone could guarantee the safety of the delicate heaven fragrance beauties under the world cleansing. Lin Yuan was communicating with the queen in the depths of his soul. "Princess, how many law crystals do you have now?" The queen's tone was filled with deep satisfaction. "If it's law crystals, I've accumulated more than 600 of them. Master, since you took the law crystals from me last time, I have not stopped extracting them for a moment." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. For the princess, absorbing the source power within the law origin crystal was equivalent to a luxurious enjoyment. If he placed the law origin crystal in front of the princess and did not let her absorb it, the ahog on her head would probably stand up. Tears would also roll down from his eyes. But now, Princess was absorbing the source energy in the law origin crystal as if she was working hard. After endless summer transcended the creation calamity, she returned the brocade pouch that originally contained the law origin crystals to him. Endless summer's advancement to a creation breed had not used up all the law crystals that Lin Yuan had given her. There was still a small portion left. There were about 1,400 law crystals in this small portion, including the 600 law crystals that the royal daughter had refined. He had already mastered more than 2,000 law crystals. The law of power in the slaughter worm's body had already reached the high level of Myth 3. It wouldn't take many law crystals containing pure law power for the law of power in its body to reach the peak of Myth 3. At that time, the slaughter worm would have the opportunity to transform into a slaughter cocoon chrysalis and welcome the tribulation of creation. Lin Yuan felt that the 2,000 law crystals in his hands should be enough to feed the slaughter worm to a creation breed. Lin Yuan was a person who would immediately put an idea into practice once he had it. He bade farewell to Mystic Moon and put the blue flash purple butterfly and the slaughter worm into the treasure cave golden cicada's skin and stomach pouch. He let the blue flash purple butterfly continue to control the slaughter worm in the treasure cave golden cicada's skin and stomach pouch. Then, he returned to the place where endless summer had become a creation breed, according to the tentacle node's mark. He released the blue flash purple butterfly and the slaughter worm from the treasure cave golden cicada. The slaughter worm, which had become the blue flash purple butterfly's bootlicker, was now very obedient, and there was no sign of its previous cruelty. Although the slaughter worm's intelligence was chaotic, it could feel the blue flash purple butterfly's closeness to Lin Yuan. In addition, Lin Yuan and the blue flash purple butterfly were spiritually connected, and the blue flash purple butterfly's spiritual fluctuations carried the scent of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. As a result, the slaughter worm also became rather close to Lin Yuan, although it could not reach the level of closeness to the blue flash purple butterfly. Even if the blue flash purple butterfly did not order the slaughter worm, it would not attack Lin Yuan now. The slaughter worm did not reject Lin Yuan, who had walked close to it. In fact, it even wanted to use its body to rub against Lin Yuan's thigh to curry favor. The slaughter worm's movement gave Lin Yuan a fright, and he hurriedly jumped back. Although the slaughter worm had entered mimicry, its black burrs could even pierce through the mother of Bloodbath's spider armor. If the slaughter worm rubbed against him, Lin Yuan was afraid that he would immediately be pierced into a tomato by its burrs. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and let the blue flash purple butterfly control the slaughter worm to maintain the maximum calm. Then, he took out the brocade pouch containing the law crystals from the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box, opened it, and poured out 2 law origin crystals that contained pure power of the law. After Lin Yuan poured out the law crystals, the slaughter worm instantly roared. The pure power of the law in the law crystals had stimulated the slaughter worm's instincts. The slaughter worm's instinctive desire for the law origin crystals and the blue flash purple butterfly's attraction formed a fierce clash, and the battle was very intense. This was also why Lin Yuan had refused to put the slaughter worm into the spirit lock spatial zone. The slaughter worm's desire for the law origin crystals and the blue flash purple butterfly's attraction canceled each other out. In the end, the blue flash purple butterfly's attraction prevailed, and it continued to firmly control the slaughter worm. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan threw the 2 law origin crystals in his hand toward the slaughter worm. The 2 law origin crystals were thrown on the grass beside the slaughter worm, but the slaughter worm did not immediately devour them. It suppressed the desire in its heart and waited for the blue flash purple butterfly's permission. Lin Yuan nodded at the blue flash purple butterfly, and the blue flash purple butterfly allowed the slaughter worm to devour the 2 law origin crystals that had fallen on the ground. With the blue flash purple butterfly's permission, the slaughter worm erupted with immense power, and its body pounced toward the 2 law origin crystals like an arrow leaving the bow. It opened its big mouth and swallowed the grass on the ground and the law origin crystals into its stomach to digest. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan could not help but marvel at the blue flash purple butterfly's domineering control over the slaughter worm. It could even perfectly suppress the slaughter worm's instincts that were engraved in its genes. The second was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 909. Lin Yuan continued to throw law origin crystals at the slaughter worms, 1 for 10 at a time. Through Lin Yuan's feeding of the slaughter worms, he found that the slaughter worms were getting closer to him. Eventually, they would obediently lie at his feet and look at him with their brownish-black eyes. They would wait for him to continue throwing law crystals. Soon, the law of power aura on the slaughter worms became stronger and stronger, reaching the pinnacle of suzerain/myth 3. At that moment, Lin Yuan had used up almost 500 law crystals. The consumption of 500 law crystals did not stop Lin Yuan. Instead, it made him speed up the feeding of the slaughter worms. Based on the example of Endless Summer becoming a creation breed, Lin Yuan knew that even if a Fae reached the pinnacle of Myth 3, it still needed to accumulate a large amount of law of power before it could break through the threshold of a creation breed and welcome the creation tribulation. As he kept feeding, the law crystals in Lin Yuan's brocade pouch became less and less. In the end, there were less than 200 left. Lin Yuan sighed and decided that if these 200 law crystals could not make the slaughter worms become a creation breed, he would set up camp at the same place. Every day, the princess could refine 1,000 law crystals. He only needed to stay at the same place for a day or two, and the slaughter worms would always be able to advance to the creation bell. When Lin Yuan poured the last 50 law crystals from the brocade pouch to the ground, the slaughter worms only ate a dozen of them and stopped devouring law crystals. At that moment, the law of power in the slaughter worms' bodies seemed to be out of its control, and they struggled violently on the ground. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan shook his sleeves, and the amber button-shaped source sand turned into a wisp of fine sand and drilled into the ground under his feet. Then, the land within a 10-meter radius under Lin Yuan's feet became a huge quicksand vortex. Feathers formed by the day and night spirit silver separated from the quicksand vortex and formed 4 black wings on Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan flapped the 4 black wings on his back and soared into the sky. The blue flash purple butterfly landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder and lay down obediently. Obviously, the aura that the slaughter worms exuded after devouring enough law crystals had scared the blue flash purple butterfly. According to the feedback of the blue flash purple butterfly's spiritual energy, Lin Yuan could sense a deeper level of disgust for the slaughter worms. Lin Yuan felt that the slaughter worm's path of being a bootlicker would not be easy in the future. Upon seeing the power of law aura in the slaughter worm's body, Lin Yuan knew that it was about to experience the creation tribulation. Because the aura of the power rule had already attracted a thick layer of creation tribulation clouds in the noon sky, and scarlet lightning was already brewing in the creation tribulation clouds. At this moment, the slaughter worm's mouth was rapidly spitting out crystalline threads. These crystalline threads were a faint sky blue color. At first glance, it was as if the slaughter worm had pulled the bright sunny sky into silk threads and wrapped them around its body. The faint blue color was a stark contrast to the slaughter worm's dark brown body. It was like a blue silk covering pig dung. But soon, the blue silk threads were cleverly woven between the black hairs on the slaughter worm's body. And finally, the slaughter worm that had removed its camouflage was completely wrapped up. A light blue cocoon that was over 60 meters long was formed in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hurriedly retreated. After the slaughter worm transformed into a slaughter cocoon chrysalis, it could easily withstand 3 creation tribulation attacks. Lin Yuan only needed to stand in the distance and observe the baptism of this creation tribulation. He quietly waited for the moment when the slaughter butterfly broke out of the cocoon. Lin Yuan flapped his wings and arrived at a relatively safe area. At the same time, he asked the source sand to empty the ground under the cocoon in advance. He was ready to absorb the remaining energy of the creation earth vein. Although Lin Yuan was not sure what use the Pure Land of Bliss had for absorbing the creation earth vein's small golden bead, it was sure to have a significant effect. In an instant, the scarlet lightning in the creation tribulation cloud descended like a bloody blade and slashed on the slaughter cocoon chrysalis sky-like body. The light blue chrysalis was full of cracks. There was no sound coming from the chrysalis. Lin Yuan keenly sensed that the power law had turned into fragments under this blow, causing the butterfly chrysalis to emit a destructive aura. However, Lin Yuan sensed a majestic vitality in this destructive aura that was constantly strengthening from a weak point. It was nurturing a life aura that was completely different from the slaughter worm. The energy contained in this life aura made Lin Yuan's hair stand on end. Lin Yuan knew that this was the bloodline fluctuation emitted by the slaughter butterfly bloodline, one of the 3 butterfly species phase supreme bloodlines. However, the blue flash purple butterfly was not affected by this bloodline pressure at all. As a butterfly species fae, the blue flash purple butterfly seemed to only know how to admire itself and would not be moved by a bloodline that was far superior to itself. The second and third creation tribulation struck, one after another. Each creation tribulation would deepen the cracks on the slaughter cocoon chrysalis. When the third creation tribulation struck the slaughter cocoon chrysalis, a fist-sized hole appeared on it. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw a milky blue, palm-sized butterfly fly out of the slaughter cocoon chrysalis. There were faint purple spots on the butterfly's body. The purple spots were like the feathers of a peacock. Under the sunlight, they shone like gemstones. Lin Yuan had previously imagined what the slaughter worm would look like after transforming into the slaughter butterfly. The Class 4 Fae Observer's data had introduced the slaughter worm with the supreme bloodline of the 3 butterfly species. However, the information on the Class 4 Fae Observer only had a few rough words and didn't have any images. Lin Yuan did not expect the ugly slaughter worm to transform into a slaughter butterfly after becoming a creation breed would actually be so beautiful. It had clearly grasped the power law and evolved into a power world, but it looked so delicate and powerless. Lin Yuan could not help but feel a little disappointed. He originally thought that by observing the process of the slaughter worm transforming into the slaughter butterfly, he could comprehend the willpower runes suitable for butterfly species phase. He did not expect that not even the slightest comprehension would be produced in his mind. However, after the slaughter butterfly flew out of the slaughter cocoon chrysalis, Lin Yuan could keenly sense the change in the blue flash purple butterfly's attitude toward the slaughter butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly's attitude toward the slaughter sky disk was no longer the previous disgust. Instead, it revealed a kind of joy at first sight. Lin Yuan looked at the blue flash purple butterfly in surprise. It turned out that this little fellow was also a veteran lover. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw the blue flash purple butterfly suddenly fly toward the slaughter butterfly that had just become a creation breed. Now that the 3 creation tribulations had passed, it was only waiting for the creation tribulation cloud to descend, and there would not be any danger. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not stop the blue flash purple butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly and the slaughter butterfly fluttered and entangled together, dancing lightly under the noon sun. When feeling the blue flash purple butterfly's emotions, Lin Yuan did not know why he suddenly entered a state of epiphany. Crying, crying, crying. End of this chapter. Chapter 9-10. A milky blue butterfly with purple spots on its body entangled with a butterfly with a purple body flashing with light and shadow, with the joy of love at first sight. As they flew, there were butterfly shadows on the horizon, and everything was filled with a kind of otherworldly beauty. The butterfly shadows under the sun seemed to have brewed the clear sunlight into a tawny wine, causing the sunlight to brew a different kind of charm. Lin Yuan had never known what kind of willpower rune was suitable for the blue flash purple butterfly. When Lin Yuan had chosen to contract the blue flash purple butterfly, it was also because of Morbius' spirit lock spatial zone. Spirit lock phase could only use their normal abilities. The blue flash butterfly's normal ability, silent scale powder, happened to be the control ability that Lin Yuan needed. However, after buying the blue flash butterfly's cocoon from Lu Jia, the blue flash purple butterfly had unexpectedly hatched, and it had created a legendary miracle. It had also brought Lin Yuan an opportunity that he had never had the time to develop. At this moment, he finally understood what was going on. A purple butterfly-shaped rune appeared in Lin Yuan's spiritual spatial zone. The butterfly-shaped rune in Lin Yuan's spiritual spatial zone was the blue flash purple butterfly's appearance. The will of the butterfly-shaped rune could only be described with one word: beauty. The new willpower rune that Lin Yuan had comprehended was related to beauty, which he had comprehended from the blue flash butterfly. It could be said that this new willpower rune was the most special one among all of Lin Yuan's willpower runes. However, it was still not as special as the world of power that the slaughtering butterfly had comprehended. The beauty needle in this willpower rune that Lin Yuan had comprehended could forcefully divide the mind and soul, and it could also be considered within the category of elemental willpower. Looking at the butterfly-shaped willpower rune revolving around his palm, Lin Yuan revealed a bright smile. The barrier that had been blocking him had finally disappeared. This butterfly-shaped willpower rune that upheld beauty had been comprehended from the blue flash purple butterfly, so it was naturally very suitable for it. The blue flash purple butterfly could finally evolve into a fantasy breed. After the blue flash purple butterfly became a fantasy breed, Morbius would also smoothly evolve into a fantasy breed. There were too many benefits for Lin Yuan. When Morbius evolved into a fantasy breed and obtained a new exclusive skill, the spirit lock spatial zone would expand again. There might even be new functions like before. When Morbius was at normal, there was only one spirit pool in the spirit lock spatial zone. After Morbius advanced to bronze and obtained the exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss, the Pure Land of Bliss, the spirit lock spatial zone also had a patch of white sand that could recover phase roots. However, regardless of whether it was the appearance of new facilities or the expansion of the spirit lock spatial zone, it was equivalent to increasing his bargaining chips and confidence. This would allow him to use the precious renewable resources in his hands to cooperate with more factions and develop new connections and business territories. This was a great benefit to him. When Morbius advanced to a fantasy breed, the increase in the spirit chi concentration in the spirit lock spatial zone would increase the speed of catalyzing resources, such as completely jade-textured wood and insect-patterned coral jade. It could also allow the elemental shellfish of various attributes to produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls faster. These were the foreseeable gains after Morbius became a fantasy breed. Ever since he had come out of the evolved water world dimensional rift, he had lost news of Morbius. Morbius had been in a deep slumber and had yet to wake up. This time, Morbius, which had become a fantasy breed, had a high probability of waking up from its previous unconscious state. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw the slaughterer butterfly suddenly activate the power world, which condensed around it. Before the slaughterer butterfly had received the creation earth vein from the creation tribulation cloud, it could not wait to use the newly formed power world to issue a servant oath to the blue flash purple butterfly. He chose to become a servant of the blue flash purple butterfly. After the creation species slaughterer butterfly signed a servant contract with the blue flash purple butterfly, Lin Yuan could keenly sense a power world imprint on the blue flash purple butterfly through his spiritual energy connection with it. This imprint was like a switch through which the blue flash purple butterfly could forcibly issue orders to the slaughterer butterfly. It could even destroy the power world and take the slaughterer butterfly's life. Lin Yuan felt that the slaughterer butterfly had already done its part as a bootlicker. It had just started to bootlick, but it had already entrusted its life to the other party, regardless of whether the other party was a scumbag or not. Lin Yuan felt the blue, purple butterfly's attitude toward the slaughterer butterfly, and that feeling of love at first sight was constantly deepening. I think the blue, purple butterfly will definitely treat the slaughterer butterfly well in the future. Since the blue, purple butterfly had contracted, this was the first time Lin Yuan had felt such intense emotional fluctuations from the blue, purple butterfly. In the past, Lin Yuan had always thought that the blue, purple butterfly was a male butterfly that was as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. He did not expect it to become a young man who had his first awakening of love after encountering the slaughterer sky disk. This involuntarily made Lin Yuan think of the jasmine lily. Previously, the blue, purple butterfly had been lying on the jasmine lily all day long and was almost inseparable from it. Lin Yuan had always felt that the blue, purple butterfly might have a cross-species relationship with the jasmine lily. But now, it seemed that he had thought too much. He reckoned that the scumbag, the blue, purple butterfly, had only treated the jasmine lily as a soft bed. Now that the blue, purple butterfly had fallen in love with the slaughterer butterfly at first sight, the jasmine lily in the spirit-lock spatial zone had become increasingly verdant. Presumably, the jasmine lily would become the blue, purple butterfly and the slaughterer butterfly's bed in the future. Lin Yuan also understood why the slaughterer butterfly, which had become a creation breed, did not transform into a human form. According to the content mentioned in the Class 4 Fae Observer's text, as one of the butterfly fays with one of the 3 supreme bloodlines, the slaughterer butterfly was usually unwilling to transform into a human form. It would only choose to transform into a human form when encountering a powerful enemy and use body weaponization to spirit return to launch a counterattack against the enemy. Seeing that the creation tribulation cloud in the sky was still brewing the creation earth vein, Lin Yuan called the blue, purple butterfly, which was entangled with the slaughterer butterfly, over. When the blue, purple butterfly flew to Lin Yuan's fingertip, the creation breed slaughterer butterfly also followed. Then, the blue, purple butterfly landed on Lin Yuan's fingertip like a feather. At the same time, a very gentle and quiet female voice echoed. This gentle and quiet female voice was greeting Lin Yuan with some flattery, like an ugly daughter-in-law greeting her father-in-law. This feeling made Lin Yuan involuntarily want to praise the blue, purple butterfly. "Son, you're great." While Lin Yuan was praising the blue, purple butterfly in his heart, his brows were twitching wildly as he responded to the slaughterer butterfly's greeting. The slaughterer butterfly was a creation breed fae, and it had the power of the world, so its talent was undoubtedly on attack. First, it was even better. End of this chapter. Chapter 9:11. In a real fight, the killer butterfly's combat ability was much stronger than the support-oriented Endless Summer. He had thought that Endless Summer was Sky City's #1 combat power, but now that the slaughtering Sky Butterfly was present, Endless Summer could only settle for second place. Through the blue, purple butterfly, Lin Yuan could indirectly control the culling Sky Butterfly, which was equivalent to his personal power. This kind of personal power was different from the Path Protector power of the Mother of Bloodbath. Even if the Mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's Path Protector, it was still an external force. Since the Slaughter Sky Butterfly had formed a master-slave contract with the blue, purple butterfly, it was equivalent to Lin Yuan's personal strength. Lin Yuan said to the blue, purple butterfly, "Little fellow, it's time for you to evolve into a fantasy breed." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the blue, purple butterfly fluttered and immediately flew toward the butterfly-shaped willpower rune on Lin Yuan's other hand. At this moment, a surge of purple aura surged out from the blue, flash, purple butterfly's body, exuding a graceful elegance. The purple light slowly split into butterfly silhouettes, as if there were thousands of purple butterflies flying into the sky. These purple shadows slowly gathered into a purple glow, which dyed the blue flash purple butterfly's butterfly wings. This caused the blue flash purple butterfly's wings to become even more purple. At the same time, the blue flash purple butterfly's wings became even longer. The lower half of the blue flash purple butterfly's originally round wings had a long tail, and the tip of the tail was spitting out a purple glow. Lin Yuan nodded silently. It seemed like the blue flash purple butterfly's process of becoming a fantasy breed wasn't as painful as genius and chimes, and there weren't any twists and turns. At this rate, the blue flash purple butterfly would soon evolve into the purple sunset beauty butterfly. It became a legendary butterfly fae with supreme beauty. Just when Lin Yuan felt that everything was calm, a sudden change occurred. Lin Yuan saw the milky blue slaughter sky butterfly suddenly fly up from his fingers and carefully fly a few rounds toward the blue flash purple butterfly that was in the process of becoming a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan felt admiration, hesitation, love, sorrow, and determination flash across the slaughterer butterfly's body. The moment the resolute emotion appeared, the sky killer butterfly spun in midair and transformed into a gentle woman with blue hair and purple eyes. Lin Yuan could not figure out what exactly the slaughter sky butterfly wanted to do. At that moment, he saw the slaughtering sky butterfly's female form looking at him with her palms together, as though she was saying goodbye to him. Then, a resolute aura gushed out from the gentle woman's body. A pale flame ignited on the woman's body. Upon seeing this pale flame, Lin Yuan could not help but cry out in horror. Bloodline sacrifice. Killer butterfly, you've just become a creation breed. Why are you sacrificing your bloodline? Are you tired of living? However, looking at the slaughter sky butterfly's stance, Lin Yuan roughly knew why it would sacrifice its bloodline. Normally, fays with noble bloodlines would have the means to sacrifice their bloodline. When some main dragon species fays were old and about to die, they would sacrifice their bloodline and pass the bloodline power to their most valued descendants. It allowed his descendants to easily obtain the master dragon bloodline at a young age. However, sacrificing the bloodline was an extremely dangerous matter, as the bloodline was the foundation of a fae. A slight influence on the bloodline phase roots would be damaged, let alone sacrificing the bloodline. Normally, main dragon species fays would lose their lives after sacrificing their bloodline. Only a few fays that had accumulated a large number of pure spiritual ingredients could rely on the pure elemental energy in the spiritual ingredients after sacrificing their bloodline. They would rebuild their bloodline and live for a period of time. Those main dragon species fays would sacrifice their bloodline before they were old and about to die. The creation breed slaughtering sky butterfly had just transformed from the slaughter worm state, so it could be said that it had just reached adulthood. At that moment, the newly matured slaughtering sky butterfly was doing the same thing as those old main dragon species fays. It wanted to take advantage of the blue flash purple butterfly's metamorphosis into a fantasy breed to offer its noble butterfly bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly, allowing its bloodline to improve further. As the most beautiful butterfly fae, the blue flash purple butterfly could be said to only be lacking in bloodline. Now that the slaughtering sky butterfly was willing to sacrifice its bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly, it was a great fortune for the blue flash purple butterfly. It was very likely for the blue flash purple butterfly to break through people's legendary understanding and evolve into a fae that was even more beautiful than the purple sunset beauty butterfly. Upon seeing the slaughtering sky butterfly's resolute sacrifice, Lin Yuan felt shocked. He could feel the slaughtering sky butterfly's deep love for the blue flash purple butterfly, and this love was willing to turn the slaughtering sky butterfly into ashes. It was said that moths were flying into the fire, and the slaughtering sky butterfly's behavior was no different from flying into the fire. Was there really a love in the world that was willing to sacrifice itself to fulfill the other party? There was naturally no answer to this matter for a single dog that had lived 2 lifetimes. However, the living example in front of him told Lin Yuan that love was really above life in the eyes of some life forms. The butchering sky butterfly was determined to sacrifice itself, but Lin Yuan could not just watch it die. The evolving blue flash purple butterfly did not lose consciousness, so it naturally felt that the slaughtering sky butterfly was sacrificing itself to fulfill itself. Lin Yuan could feel the blue flash purple butterfly's heartache and anxiety. Even the blue flash purple butterfly wanted to interfere with the evolution and stop it to prevent the slaughtering sky butterfly from sacrificing itself. However, the process of a fae becoming a fantasy breed was irreversible. Once a fae fused with the willpower rune, there was no turning back and could only wait for the evolution to be completed. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said to the blue flash purple butterfly through his spiritual energy, "Leave it to me. Leave it to me. I will protect the sky killer butterfly. Don't let down the ladder to heaven that the slaughtering sky butterfly used its life to build for you." After saying that, Lin Yuan activated Morbius' exclusive ability, Pure Land of Bliss, and it appeared under Lin Yuan's feet. The pure white sand emitted fluorescent light and nourished the slaughtering sky butterfly that was emitting pale white flames. However, Bronze X/Legend Morbius' Pure Land of Bliss could not heal the damage from the bloodline sacrifice very well. However, Pure Land of Bliss could indeed give the slaughtering sky butterfly a guarantee. After the slaughtering sky butterfly sacrificed its bloodline, it could protect its life. Although the slaughter worm's power law was not an elemental law, it was an earth-type fae. After becoming a creation breed, the slaughtering sky butterfly still retained its original earth-type attribute. Therefore, if he wanted to let the slaughtering sky butterfly grow and restore the sacrificed bloodline, he needed pure earth-type spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan took out the earth-type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls from the spirit lock spatial zone and threw them at the slaughtering sky butterfly as though they were worthless. Lin Yuan did not care if these earth-type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls had pearls or what kind of pearls they were. At that moment, protecting the slaughtering sky butterfly's life was the top priority. There was still the second and third stages, but they would be a little later. End of this chapter. Chapter 9-12. On the one hand, Lin Yuan had promised the blue flash purple butterfly. On the other hand, the blue flash purple butterfly was Lin Yuan's partner. If the slaughter purple butterfly died because of sacrificing its bloodline, it would be a heavy blow to the blue flash purple butterfly. It might even make the blue flash purple butterfly immersed in grief. The earth-type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls fell into the pale flames on the slaughter purple butterfly's body and immediately turned into rich and pure earth element energy. This pure earth elemental energy caused the butcher butterfly, who had sacrificed its bloodline, to regain its senses. Lin Yuan shouted at the slaughter purple butterfly, "I can continuously provide you with this pure earth elemental energy." Fays rely on pure elemental energy to condense their bloodline. With this pure earth element energy, you can recreate your bloodline while sacrificing it. Sometimes sacrificing yourself doesn't only concern you. The blue flash purple butterfly's heart is grieving because of your sacrifice. Lin Yuan's words startled the slaughtering sky butterfly that had sacrificed its bloodline. When the slaughter purple butterfly saw the blue flash purple butterfly becoming a fantasy breed, it knew that this was an extremely important metamorphosis opportunity in its life. The only thing it could give the blue flash purple butterfly was its pinnacle butterfly bloodline. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the slaughter purple butterfly suddenly looked at the blue flash purple butterfly. The moment the slaughter purple butterfly looked at the blue flash purple butterfly, it felt its deep grief. The slaughter worm incarnation of the gentle woman could not help but look ashamed and quickly absorbed the rich earth element energy. While fusing its bloodline, it continued to sacrifice its bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly. Lin Yuan simply waved his hand and poured all the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls he had accumulated during this period on the pure land of bliss. He said to the slaughter butterfly, "Take as much as you need. Feel free to take as many as you need, but this is all I have." Sacrifice was sacrifice, but if it could not die, the slaughter butterfly was naturally willing. The slaughter butterfly looked at the pile of earth element heavenly maiden-grade pearls at Lin Yuan's feet and revealed a shocked expression. Although the slaughter butterfly had become a creation breed and changed its form, it did not lose the memory of the slaughter worm period. The slaughter butterfly naturally knew the preciousness of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. During his time in the Brahma worm cage, the killer butterfly could also eat a few elemental pearls every week. However, the purity of those elemental pearls was only about 70%, far from the purity of the current elemental pearls, which were all above 95%. There was a question in the predator butterfly's mind. Weren't earth element, heavenly maiden grade, elemental pearls very precious? Even pinnacle class 4 creation masters wouldn't have an easy task to nurture one. Why were there so many heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls here? Furthermore, every single one of them seemed to contain pearls. The slaughter sky butterfly knew Lin Yuan's identity through the previous conflict. However, even if Lin Yuan was a Class 5 Creation Master's disciple, taking out so many Earth attribute, heavenly maiden grade, elemental pearls should be equivalent to bleeding a lot. The slaughterer sky butterfly knew that Lin Yuan must have spent a lot to save it. The killer butterfly hurriedly expressed its gratitude and flashed into the pile of Earth-type, heavenly maiden grade, elemental pearls. He frantically refined the Earth attribute, heavenly maiden grade, elemental pearls to recover the loss of his bloodline. The slaughter sky butterfly, which had recovered its bloodline, said to Lin Yuan, "With these Earth-type, heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, I won't suffer much damage even if I perform a bloodline sacrifice." Lin Yuan nodded in response. "In the future, I will continue to provide you with such Earth-type elemental pearls until your bloodline is fully recovered. I also want to thank you for giving the blue flash purple butterfly a chance to metamorphose its life rating. With the injection of the slaughterer sky butterfly's bloodline, the blue flash purple butterfly's body became even more purple. The purple light that gushed out directly dyed the noon sky purple, and the purple glow seemed to have turned into a layer of clouds that covered the sun. The evolving blue flash purple butterfly soared into the sky and fluttered in the sky. The purple rays landed on the ground, and it was as though clusters of pear blossoms had bloomed. The pear blossoms bloomed in the purple rays, and their petals turned into bursts of purple light shadows that welcomed the blue flash purple butterfly fluttering in the sky. As the flowers bloomed, it was as though they wanted to welcome the arrival of a beautiful goddess from heaven and earth. The blue flash purple butterfly faced the wind and broke free from the bloodline shackles in the multicolored light. The purple light shadows formed by the pear blossoms bloomed more and more under the blue flash purple butterfly's body. These purple light shadows lingered in the multicolored light, making the purple in the sky even more intense. At that moment, Waves of extremely rich purple chi waved out of the blue, flash purple butterfly's butterfly wings. These purple clouds directly scattered the purple clouds, forming a purple sky above the purple clouds that was enough to form the sky. The purple clouds suppressed the multicolored light, and all the pear blossoms' light shadows scattered like showers. The blue flash purple butterfly landed on the purple sky formed by the purple chi, suppressing all the flowers with its purple intent. Thanks to Lin Yuan's true data, the blue flash purple butterfly had evolved into the purple sky beauty butterfly. It was no longer the purple sky beauty butterfly that should have evolved normally after the blue flash purple butterfly evolved into the fantasy breed purple sky beauty butterfly. The creation tribulation cloud finally descended the creation earth vein that belonged to the slaughterer sky butterfly. The slaughterer sky butterfly absorbed the extremely pure earth elements in the earth elemental, heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls to restore its bloodline while burying the creation earth vein that descended from the creation tribulation cloud into its power world. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. In just a few minutes, there were a few twists and turns, but fortunately, the blue flash purple butterfly and the slaughterer sky butterfly were safe and sound. The blue flash purple butterfly had also obtained a heaven-ascending opportunity amid the twists and turns. Lin Yuan watched as the slaughterer sky butterfly absorbed the small mountain of earth elemental pearls, but he did not feel any heartache. Under normal circumstances, these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls could not be exchanged for a chance for the blue flash purple butterfly. Now, these earth elemental pearls had not only exchanged for a chance for the blue flash purple butterfly, but they had also saved the life of a creation breed fae. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were extremely expensive to others, and they would need to pay a huge price to obtain one. However, to Lin Yuan, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were just a very ordinary resource in the spirit lock spatial zone. Once the blue flash purple butterfly became a fantasy breed, Morbius would also be able to smoothly evolve into a fantasy breed. At that time, the production speed of bronze/legend elemental shellfish would increase exponentially in the spirit lock spatial zone. The spirit lock spatial zone's greater spirit chi concentration would also allow Lin Yuan to nurture more elemental shellfish. Thus, Lin Yuan would never lack heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. The pure land of bliss was also collecting the residual energy from the slaughterer sky butterfly's absorption of the creation earth vein. Finally, it condensed into a golden pearl that was slightly smaller than the one that had absorbed endless summer's creation earth vein in the pure land of bliss in the spirit lock spatial zone. It should be related to endless summer's advancement to the monarch grade when the creation earth vein was descending, and it had delayed the absorption of the creation earth vein. At that moment, the slaughterer sky butterfly was still at suzerain X, and it was still a layer away from the monarch grade. Once the slaughterer sky butterfly recovered its exhausted bloodline and accumulated a little, it could break through the monarch grade and rule over all beasts. Lin Yuan was preparing to check the exclusive skill that the blue flash purple butterfly had obtained after becoming a fantasy breed purple sky beauty butterfly. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt the Morbius band on his wrist faintly heat up. When Lin Yuan looked down at the Morbius band, Morbius' long-awaited voice entered his ears. Lin Yuan, long time no see. A fan group for this book has been established. If everyone likes this book, you can join the Book Friends group in the introduction and then join the fan group. The fan group will give out some benefits from time to time. The fan group will only discuss the plot, so everyone can join the group without worry. End of this chapter. Chapter 9:13. Upon hearing Morbius' voice, Lin Yuan's heart warmed up and he said softly, "Morbius, long time no see. Morbius, long time no see. You're finally awake." Although only 2 months had passed, Lin Yuan felt as though several years had passed in his heart. When Morbius heard that, its voice carried a rare joy. Lin Yuan, I didn't expect you to comprehend 2 more willpower runes so quickly and let the blue flash purple butterfly and the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur become fantasy breeds. After saying that, Morbius chuckled, unable to suppress the excitement of talking to its partner after waking up. While Lin Yuan was talking to Morbius, he felt that Morbius' main body on his wrist was getting hotter and hotter, so much so that his wrist started to sting. Lin Yuan did not care about this. Instead, he said to Morbius rather excitedly, "Morbius, are you going to become a fantasy breed?" Morbius said to Lin Yuan excitedly, "Morbius, are you going to become a fantasy breed?" Upon hearing that, Morbius hesitated and said to Lin Yuan, "That's right, but for me to become a fantasy breed, it will take up more of your spiritual energy. Not only will I have to use up the spiritual energy I returned to you before, but I might also need more. Why don't I not become a fantasy breed and suppress it for a while? But even if I try my best, I won't be able to suppress it for long." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan could faintly hear the shame in Morbius' words. Morbius was very ashamed that it needed to take up more of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy to become a fantasy breed. From when Lin Yuan was 8 years old to 17 years old, it had been nearly 10 years. Because of Morbius, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy was only as thick as a strand of hair, and he would feel dizzy when he concentrated for a while. If it became a fantasy breed, now, Lin Yuan would have to return to his previous state. In fact, because it needed more spiritual energy, Lin Yuan's future state might not be as good as before. This was not what Morbius wanted to see. Forcibly suppressing itself from becoming a fantasy breed would put a lot of pressure on Morbius, and it would enter a deep sleep for a long time and hurt its roots. However, Morbius still decided to wait for Lin Yuan to have enough spiritual energy before becoming a fantasy breed. In the process of a spirit chi professional's growth, their spiritual energy would constantly grow. Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had grown a lot during these 8 months. Morbius reckoned that in another 2 years, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy would allow him to become a fantasy breed. Upon hearing Morbius' words, Lin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand and asked Morbius, "Morbius, how much more of my mental strength do I need for you to become a fantasy breed?" Morbius didn't try to hide anything and said straightforwardly, "Lin Yuan, feel the increase in your spiritual energy over the past 8 months. Multiply it by 3, and that will be the amount of spiritual energy I need to evolve into a fantasy breed. But this is only the amount of mental power I need to advance to a fantasy breed. You'll need mental power if you want to live a normal life. Why don't I hibernate for a period of time? Hibernating can allow me to suppress the time needed to advance to a fantasy breed." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand and smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. "Morbius, you forgot that I still have the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia. The Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia has already borne fruit, although the fruit still needs some time to ripen. I can use spirit crystals to accelerate the ripening of the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia now." After speaking, Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The purple sky mythical butterfly knew where Lin Yuan was going, so it wasn't in a hurry and waited for Lin Yuan's return with peace of mind. However, Lin Yuan's disappearance startled the butcher sky butterfly. If Lin Yuan were to use the spatial teleportation ability, he would need to use spatial power. As a creation breed Fae, the butcher sky butterfly could shatter spatial power before it was formed and prevent the target from teleporting. However, Lin Yuan didn't use spatial power, and it was as though he had vanished into thin air. Such an operation made the butcher sky butterfly scratch its head. However, The butcher sky butterfly didn't care so much and only cared about flying around with the purple sky mythical butterfly. It forcefully fed a bellyful of dog food to the creatures all over the mountains and plains. After entering the spirit-locked spatial zone, Lin Yuan went to the side of the Pure Land of Bliss and put away the 2 golden pearls formed by the creation earth vein. Then he squatted down and checked on the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia. After a round of inspection, Lin Yuan thought to himself, "It seems like the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruit still needs a very long time to fully ripen." When Morbius saw the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruit, it was relieved and said to Lin Yuan, "This cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia has a total of 3 fruits. This cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia has a total of 3 fruits. Partner, you just need to eat one of the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia." Although the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's effect is the most obvious when you eat the first fruit, there will also be an effect if you continue to eat it. It will only stop increasing your spiritual energy after eating the 3rd fruit. Partner, eat 3 of the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruits. When I become a fantasy breed, your spiritual energy will be at least twice as much as it is now. In addition, after I become a fantasy breed, my true data, calm mind, and spirit chi condensation will all be enhanced. When that time comes, you can use true data to check on the creation breed phase attributes. Calm mind can also effectively protect against any negative effects used by phase below myth breed. It also has an extremely strong resistance against the charm effects of myth breed and above. The time for spirit chi condensation to condense the spirit chi crystal has not changed. It will still condense 1 every 7 days like before. However, the effect of the condensed spirit chi crystal will be several times more than before. After I evolve the blue flash purple butterfly into a silver/fantasy breed, I will also become a silver/fantasy breed. At that time, the condensed spirit chi crystal will be able to achieve 10 times the effect now. After learning that Lin Yuan had a way to increase his spiritual energy and that he could successfully become a fantasy breed, Morbius started to talk. It introduced to Lin Yuan the changes that would happen to its original abilities after becoming a fantasy breed. Previously, when Morbius had been asleep, Lin Yuan could only explore Morbius' abilities by himself. Now that Morbius had woken up, Lin Yuan could only ask Morbius if he had any questions. There was no need for Lin Yuan to experiment and research. Among them, Lin Yuan was most excited about the improvement of Morbius' spirit chi condensation ability to condense spirit chi crystals. Previously, if Lin Yuan wanted to upgrade a silver/fantasy breed Fae to Gold Eye, he would need to consume 10 spirit chi crystals. After Morbius became a silver/fantasy breed, Lin Yuan would only need to use 1, which was equivalent to increasing his ability by 10 times. Previously, he could use spirit chi crystals to simultaneously enhance 5 to 6 bronze/epic phase to bronze/legend. Chapter 9:14. Now, 1 spirit chi crystal could upgrade 50 to 60 bronze/epic phase from epic to legend. A qualitative change produced a quantitative change. It was truly shocking for Lin Yuan to have such a harvest with just the spirit chi crystals. Previously, Lin Yuan had wanted to obtain a bronze/legend Fae, but it had not been easy. Now, a bronze/legend Fae was not worth mentioning to Lin Yuan. In the past, Lin Yuan had relied on spirit chi crystals to upgrade his fantasy breed phase grades. He would often stop upgrading them at Gold Eye because he could not afford the consumption. Now, Lin Yuan could raise this limit to Platinum Eye. If he could catch up with a few myth breed phase world baptism, he could collect the world grace bestowed by the world baptism. Lin Yuan felt that it was not impossible to upgrade all his phase to Diamond. Lin Yuan thought that since Morbius was going to evolve into a fantasy breed and produce an enhanced version of the Spirit Chi crystal, he did not intend to keep it. Lin Yuan did not intend to keep the weakened version of the Spirit Chi crystal. He took all the remaining Spirit Chi crystals and crushed one of them. He guided the spiritual power contained in it for the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia to absorb. After awakening, Morbius was also helping Lin Yuan guide the Spirit Chi in the Spirit Chi crystal. However, this cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia was truly a huge Spirit Chi consumer. It consumed nearly 9 of Lin Yuan's Spirit Chi crystal fruits before they were fully ripe. After the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia's fruit ripened, it immediately emitted a refreshing fragrance. Lin Yuan felt his spirit jolt when he smelled this fragrance, and his mind became much clearer. The cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia wanted to absorb the fruit's energy after it ripened. However, before it could do anything, before the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia could do anything, Lin Yuan had already plucked the 3 ripened fruits. Lin Yuan was the first to pluck the fruits, and the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia shook its moist stem as if it was an egg being pulled. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan used his fingers to rub the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia's leaves. He did not care whether a plant fae could understand his words, and said, "I have great use for your fruits this time. This time, your fruit is very useful to me. When you produce more fruits in the future, I will only pick 2 of them and leave one for you to absorb." As he spoke, he recalled how the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia had escaped from the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus when it had just borne fruit. It was also fortunate that he had hastened the ripening of the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia fruit. Otherwise, the task of looking after the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia fruit would have been left to the wind-speed rapid antelope. As long as the wind-speed rapid antelope was slightly careless, the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia's fruit would be quickly absorbed by the cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia. He threw the 3 cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia fruits into his mouth. After chewing them, he felt as though he had chewed a mouthful of mint grass, and his spiritual energy was in a cool state. Immediately after, he felt his spiritual energy continuously increasing. He was very happy with the feeling of his spiritual energy constantly increasing. When he felt that the 3 cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia fruits had lost their effects, and that his spiritual energy was no longer increasing, he shook his head gently. He felt that his current spiritual energy was enough to contract 3 to 4 fays. Lin Yuan immediately said to Morbius, "Morbius, you can become a fantasy breed now." Morbius said, "Partner, my spirit lock spatial zone will undergo a huge change during this evolution. During the process, I will need to sleep for at least half an hour." The spirit lock spatial zone's expansion process might not affect the safety of the life forms inside, but they will definitely not feel comfortable. Lin Yuan nodded and prepared to bring Genius, Chimey, and the wind-speed rapid antelope out of the spirit lock spatial zone. Since the floating island whale, Gray, and the elemental shellfish needed to absorb the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan left them in the spirit lock spatial zone. After Lin Yuan brought Genius, Chimey, and the wind-speed rapid antelope out of the spirit lock spatial zone, Morbius immediately started to evolve into a fantasy breed. Ever since Morbius started its metamorphosis, the Morbius hoop on Lin Yuan's wrist had been boiling hot. However, this degree of heat would not burn Lin Yuan's skin. Lin Yuan looked at the Morbius hoop again and felt that it was a little different from before. Previously, the Morbius hoop was engraved with the symbols of the spirit pool, the pure land of bliss, and the limestone bowl that condensed the spirit chi crystal. Now, a new symbol was being produced, and Lin Yuan could not help but be filled with anticipation. Chimey, Genius, the wind speed rapid antelope, and the blue, flash, purple butterfly would usually stay in the spirit lock spatial zone. Even if the blue flash purple butterfly had always been with the jasmine lily, it had already become friends with Genius, Chimey, and the wind speed rapid antelope. When it saw the blue flash purple butterfly evolving into a fantasy breed, the enthusiastic Genius let out a childish meow. Blue flash purple butterfly. Was it painful when you evolved into a fantasy breed? It was extremely painful when Genius evolved into a fantasy breed. But Genius was very brave. Unlike Chimey, it was in so much pain that it cried. Upon hearing that, Chimey chirped, "Genius, you're spouting nonsense. How could Chimey cry? Chimey is the strongest." Blue flash purple butterfly. Don't listen to Genius nonsense. It was clearly Genius that was meowing in pain. As it spoke, Chimey even mimicked the painful cry that Genius had made during its advancement. Genius used its 5 furry tails to cover its face as though it was shy. On the other hand, the wind speed rapid antelope was jumping up and down like a silly roe deer, expressing its joy for its companion's evolution. When Lin Yuan saw how harmonious his fays were, he felt a gentle breeze blowing over the wilderness, and his heart was filled with warmth. He felt that there was a sense of tranquility in the years. Morbius might be evolving into a fantasy breed, but its ability, true data, could still be used. At that moment, Lin Yuan was using Morbius' ability, true data, to check on the blue flash purple butterfly's attributes after evolving into a fantasy breed, the purple sky beauty butterfly. Fey name: purple sky beauty butterfly. Fey species: flash butterfly genus/scale butterfly family. Fey grade: bronze, 10 out of 10. Fey type: spiritual/soul. Fey quality: fantasy eye abilities. Frowny face silent scale powder. Releases special scale powder with a silence effect, causing the target to be unable to communicate with spiritual power to release abilities. At the same time, the scale powder will also absorb the target's spirit chi. Under the effect of spirit chi, the scale powder will absorb spirit chi to split and multiply. Exclusive skill: frowny face scale powder, halo. Its scale powder has a powerful reflective effect. The multifaceted reflection of the scale powder will cause the target enveloped by the scale powder to suffer from optical pollution, causing dizziness and even temporary blindness. Heart and soul beauty goddess. Activates the spiritual energy and soul power contained within the body, using the spiritual energy and soul as a catalyst to magnify one's beauty limitlessly. It will create a charming attraction effect on the target, causing the target to enter a loving state. The target in the loving state will want to keep all the main body's belongings on their body forever. The target in the loving state will take pride in collecting the main body's belongings. After taking a look, Lin Yuan's pupils involuntarily contracted. Lin Yuan knew that the blue flash purple butterfly's bloodline had been enhanced after the slaughter sky butterfly's bloodline sacrifice, but he didn't expect that the blue flash purple butterfly's normal ability, silent scale powder, would be so enhanced after evolving into the purple sky beauty butterfly. Chapter 9:15. Previously, the silent scale powder only had a silence effect. When the scale powder attacked the target would not be able to communicate with spiritual power and would not be able to use the elemental energy in the air to release elemental abilities. But now, the purple sky beauty butterfly scale powder could not only isolate other phase reaction to spiritual power, but it could also absorb the target's spiritual power and multiply on the target's body. This caused the silent scale powder to change from a crowd control skill to a debuff, causing the target to have a spirit reduction buff. Furthermore, the scale powder relied on spiritual power to multiply, making it extremely difficult to remove. As long as a trace of the silent scale powder was left on the target would not be able to escape the silent scale powder's control. The blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder was just the powder on its wings. It could be scattered on a large scale and not just targeted at a single target. At the same time, The multiplication of the scale powder would also increase the silent scale powder's infectivity. In the process of the target's movement, the light scale powder would spread and contaminate the surrounding phase. In the end, the entire group of phase would be affected by the silent scale powder. Such a situation made the Purple Sky Beauty Butterfly's silent scale powder very suitable for large-scale outdoor battles. The Purple Sky Beauty Butterfly's original exclusive skill, Scale Powder Halo, did not have any changes. It still used the scale powder's light pollution to cause dizziness and blindness on the target. However, the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly's second exclusive skill, Heart Soul Beauty Goddess, was simply too domineering. The Purple Heaven Divine Butterfly could use the Heart Soul Beauty Spirit to bewitch other fays, causing them to carefully treasure the silent scale powder scattered by the Purple Heaven Divine Butterfly. They instinctively wanted to keep the silent scale powder on their bodies. They even wanted to swallow the silent scale powder into their bodies and provide a good environment for the silent scale powder. Such a bewitching ability maximized the silent scale powder's infectivity and controllability. Furthermore, the Heart Soul Beauty Goddess's bewitching effect wasn't a negative effect. It was just that the Purple Sky Beauty Butterfly used its spiritual energy and soul power to magnify its beauty. She displayed her beauty to the fullest. Such an effect wouldn't be dispelled as a controllability. Everyone loved beauty, and it was the same for fays. The exclusive skill, Heart Soul Beauty Goddess, allowed the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly's silent scale powder to kill almost all kinds of fays. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smack his lips. He felt that the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly wasn't just good-looking. Now, even his abilities had become stronger. Morbius' evolution into a fantasy breed was based on the Fae with the lowest spirit lock grade. The Jasmine Lily was already Platinum I/Fantasy 3, while the Spirit Tai Black Flood Dragon was also Gold I/Fantasy I. According to the restrictions of Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Morbius, which was a fantasy breed, could reach Silver X at most. If he wanted to increase it further, he would need to Spirit Lock on another Fae and nurture it to Gold I/Fantasy I. Therefore, Lin Yuan planned to take advantage of this opportunity to increase the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly's grade. And he just happened to have 10 Spirit Chi crystals left. It was enough to upgrade the Bronze X/Fantasy I Purple Sky Butterflies to Silver X/Fantasy I. This was also the limit that Morbius could reach at this moment. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the number of Spirit Chi crystals I have left is really a coincidence. Lin Yuan immediately crushed the 10 Spirit Chi crystals together and guided the massive and pure Spirit Chi to surge toward the Purple Sky Butterflies. The Purple Heaven Butterflies were also successfully upgraded to Silver X/Fantasy I under the extreme purple light and shadow. Due to Spirit Lock, the Purple Sky Butterflies didn't have any abilities other than normal. Lin Yuan didn't have anything else to check with true data. At that moment, the Slaughter Sky Butterfly looked at Lin Yuan with an even more grateful gaze. It had already regarded the Purple Sky Butterflies as its everything. Lin Yuan had put in a lot of effort to nurture the Purple Sky Butterflies, so the Slaughter Sky Butterfly was even more grateful to Lin Yuan than if Lin Yuan had saved it. Lin Yuan looked at the Purple Sky Butterflies fluttering around him and said, "Purple Sky Butterflies, why don't I call you Purple Sky from now on? Why don't I call you Purple Sky from now on?" Upon hearing that, the Purple Sky Butterflies flapped their wings gently to express their joy at having a name. Lin Yuan, Genius, Chimey, the Purple Sky Butterflies, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, and the Slaughter Sky Butterfly played for a while. While playing, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that a strange bottle symbol had appeared on the Morbius band on his hand. Just as he was feeling strange, Morbius' voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. "Partner, I am now a fantasy breed. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately used true data to check on Morbius' main body. Fey name, Morbius. Fey species, Fey grade, silver, 10 out of 10. Fey type, spatial/mystery. Fey quality, fantasy eye abilities, frowny face, true data. Turn all complicated information that the naked eye can't distinguish into data. The data information might contain the truth that can't be distinguished on the surface. Calm mind, passive ability. The effect of calm mind can be enhanced according to the phase grade. Calm mind can calm the mind and has a certain probability of resisting negative states. Spirit chi condensation. Gather the spirit chi in the air and the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. The gathered spirit chi will form spirit chi crystals. Spirit chi crystals can enhance phase and source type life forms. Exclusive skill, frowny face spirit lock. Morbius spatial zone can nurture phase. The initial grade of the Fey that Morbius spatial zone can nurture cannot be higher than Morbius grade. Morbius itself can't level up, but its grade will increase along with the Fey it nurtures. At the same time, it can obtain the initial abilities of the Fey it nurtures. However, Morbius will no longer obtain abilities when it levels up. Every time Morbius increases a grade, it can nurture one more Fey. At the same time, Morbius upgrade method remains the same. Pure land of bliss. The soil produced in the spirit lock spatial zone can be very good for recovering the injuries of dying phase. The phase recovery time will be determined by Morbius grade and the dying phase grade. Klein hub. Swallow the dimensional hub that connects to the dimensional world into the spirit lock spatial zone and bind it with the spirit lock spatial zone. During the binding process, the objects in the dimensional space can enter the dimensional world through the hub, while the dimensional world's life forms cannot enter the spirit lock spatial zone. Normal spirit lock. Jasmine lily, but of mountain jade platinum eye/fantasy eye ability. Heal sad face fasciated flower terrace. When the fasciated flower terrace executes the heal ability, it will reverse heal the target and absorb the target's vitality. At the same time, it will allow the target to enter an extremely comfortable feeling. Crystallized main flower terrace. When the crystallized main flower terrace executes the heal ability, it will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of vitality within a short period of time. Bud of Mountain Jade. When the Bud of Mountain Jade executes the heal ability, it will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of vitality through the Bud of Mountain Jade. Exclusive skill, frowny face recovery imprint. Store the healing energy that the jasmine lily normally releases. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the stored healing energy. Severed growth. Comprehend the mystery of plant growth. Even if the genetic model is damaged, the rich vitality can allow it to slowly continue growing. Elite Spirit Lock. Spirit Tide Black Flood Dragon. Gold eye/fantasy. Eye. Ability frowny face spirit injection. Restore a large amount of spiritual power to the target in one go and recover a certain amount of lost spiritual power over time. Exclusive skill, frowny face spirit chi imprint. The spirit chi released by the user is not released into the environment, but stored in the spirit chi imprint. It can also guide a small amount of spirit chi released by other dragon species phase that do not exceed the user's grade, and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. The spirit chi imprint will be imprinted on the contractor's body, and the contractor can actively release the stored spiritual power in the spirit chi imprint. Spirit burst. Gather the spiritual power at one point and use this point to burst out all the energy contained in the spiritual power. Spirit burst is limited to the target of the spirit chi imprint. Bronze, spirit lock, frowny face, purple sky, butterfly. Silver X/fantasy. Eye. Ability frowny face, silent scale powder. Release a special scale powder with a silence effect. The target that comes into contact with the scale powder will not be able to communicate with spiritual power to release skills. At the same time, The scale powder will also absorb the spirit chi in the target's body. Under the effect of spirit chi, the scale powder will absorb spirit chi to divide and multiply. Exclusive skill Frowny Face Scale Powder Halo. The user scale powder has a strong reflective effect. The multifaceted reflection of the scale powder will cause the target enveloped by the scale powder to suffer optical pollution, causing dizziness or even temporary blindness. Heart and soul beauty. Activate the spiritual energy and soul power contained in the body, using the spiritual energy and soul as a catalyst to magnify the beauty without limit, causing a charming attraction effect on the target, causing the target to enter a loving state. The target in the loving state will want to keep all the things in the body forever. The target in the loving state will take pride in collecting the things from the body. At a glance, Lin Yuan found that Morbius had indeed reached Silver X/fantasy, because of what he had done just now. However, when Lin Yuan saw the new exclusive skill, Klein Hub, that had appeared after Morbius became a fantasy breed, he could not help but be stunned. Lin Yuan's mouth opened slightly. Wasn't this exclusive skill Klein Hub equivalent to a Class 6-dimensional rift that opened in the Spirit Lock spatial zone? Furthermore, the user could freely choose which dimensional world this dimensional rift connected to. Due to the special characteristics of Klein Hub, dimensional life forms would not run out like ordinary Class 6-dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan, who had always been polite, could not help but curse. Damn, Klein Hub's exclusive skill is simply too awesome. Chapter 9:16. The bamboo fragrance brought color to the purple bamboo forest. The gurgling stream was like a clear jade belt shuttling through the purple bamboo forest. Any purple bamboo in the bamboo forest was 30 meters tall. However, the bamboo poles of these 30-meter-tall purple bamboos were very thin. However, the thin bamboo poles would not sway in the wind. Instead, the bamboo poles were like combs that combed the wind into soft strands. The strands of wind shuttled through the purple bamboo forest and stirred the streams. Occasionally, there would be a few phoenix cries coming from the depths of the bamboo forest. The sonorous cries were accompanied by the sound of bamboo leaves scattering, and it had the elegance of a cloud pavilion. The Radiance Federation's early spring came a little late this year, but even if spring did not come, the bamboo fragrance and phoenix cries were accompanied by the clouds in the sky. It was a story that was warmer than the spring breeze. Apart from the purple bamboo and the golden thread emperor bamboo, there were also 100 types of bamboo in the purple bamboo forest. Among these 100 types of bamboo, some had bamboo fruits, which would bend the bamboo poles and fall to the ground. Occasionally, a few would fall into the stream and splash, startling a few purple gold carps to jump out of the water. After eating the bamboo fruits, the big purple gold carps would stir the stream water with their tails and splash the clear stream into the bamboo forest as though they were returning the bamboo forest gift. The purple bamboo forest did not have any vegetation wither throughout the year. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there was a hidden courtyard built with purple bamboo. There were a few fairy-like white cranes flying in the courtyard. The white cranes flapped their wings and created a cool breeze that dispersed the incense burning in the 2 huge bronze furnaces in front of the courtyard. Occasionally, a few wisps would be blown into the courtyard. At that moment, a man and a woman were sitting on a couch in the courtyard. The man was using a bamboo comb to gently comb the woman's ink-black waist-length hair. Although the man looked to be in his 30s, the hair on his head had already turned gray. He looked like an old man on the verge of death. The woman used her hand to touch the thin mirror in front of her and looked at the man's gray hair. Her face was clearly brimming with a blissful smile, but her tears could not help but flow down her eyes. Once the woman cried, the warm smile that she had forced on could no longer be maintained. When the man who was quietly combing the woman's hair saw the woman crying, The hand holding the bamboo comb paused slightly, but the movement of his hand did not stop. The man's expression was still calm. But seeing the woman crying, the man couldn't bear to see her cry, so he stretched out a pair of beautiful hands to gently wipe away the tears that rolled down the woman's face. They were all women, and they were made of water. The woman's tears wetted her beautiful hand. After wiping the woman's cheeks with his good-looking hands, the tears returned to his fingertips and dripped onto the bamboo-embroidered seat. The man said softly, "Xiang, Xiang, don't cry. I'm fine. I plan to leave the purple bamboo forest matters to Chen. After we welcome our old friends, we'll take a good look at Hui Yao's great rivers and mountains." Looking at the woman in front of him, the man's eyes were clear and filled with determination. Fortunately, in this life, I met someone by chance and stayed with him for a moment. If they truly loved each other, why did it have to be everlasting? The bamboo monarch sighed softly as he felt the warmth of the tears on his fingertips. He sighed at his lack of talent and knowledge. Even though he was a Class 5 creation master, he still couldn't remove his beloved's constitution of bad luck. He sighed at himself for not being brave enough in the past. The moment he hugged Wang Fuxiang, the bamboo monarch didn't regret that Wang Fuxiang had caused him to be infected with bad luck. He regretted that he hadn't waded into the water earlier to ask for Wang Fuxiang's name. The bamboo monarch's third sigh wasn't for himself, but for why Wang Fuxiang's life was so cloudy. The bamboo monarch's 3 sighs were like 3 questions, but these questions were destined to be unanswered. Wang Fuxiang turned her head and stared intently into the bamboo monarch's eyes. Her tears fell onto the bamboo monarch's clothes. "Fu Wenju, is it worth it because of me?" The bamboo monarch gently removed the ring on his finger and put it on Wang Fuxiang's ring finger. However, Wang Fuxiang was a woman, and her fingers were too thin. The ring looked loose on Wang Fuxiang's ring finger, and it would fall off with a flick of her hand. The bamboo monarch grinned awkwardly, then solemnly put the bamboo ring on Wang Fuxiang's thumb. "Xiang Xiang, this ring contains all my wealth. Now that I'm giving it to you, don't you think I'll regret it?" Wang Fuxiang's eyes welled up with more tears. She was like a little girl who had been wronged, and the more the adults coaxed her, the more tears flowed out. Wang Fuxiang reached out her hand and gently caressed the bamboo monarch's cheek. She hooked a strand of bamboo monarch's gray hair with her finger. Looking at this strand of gray hair, Wang Fuxiang felt that it was time for her to speak her mind. "Fu Wenju, I promise to be with you, but I have a request." The bamboo monarch quietly looked into Wang Fuxiang's eyes and didn't speak for a long time. He then gently touched Wang Fuxiang's cheek and let her side face lean against his chest. "I can't imagine a future without you, so don't force me to think about it. If I really have to choose, I hope that you can wear the ring you left for me in the years to come." As the bamboo monarch spoke, the gurgling stream outside the courtyard shone like light, as if it had suddenly illuminated the flashy past. The light of the stream shone through the smoke from the copper cauldron into the courtyard and onto Wang Fuxiang and the bamboo monarch, leaving behind this moment of mutual dependence. When Wang Fuxiang heard the bamboo monarch's words, she choked up and couldn't say anything. Only the glistening tears in her eyes preserved the solemn promise of the man beside her. A man had given her his wealth and was willing to give up his life for her, but because of his own reasons, this man had chosen to face death. Although she was touched, Wang Fuxiang understood that if only one person could live, then letting the bamboo monarch live would be the best choice for Hui Yao. It would also be the best choice for herself. Wang Fuxiang murmured softly, "Fu Wenju, don't forget me for the rest of your life." Wang Fuxiang's murmur was so soft that the bamboo lord couldn't hear it clearly because Wang Fuxiang had suppressed it between her teeth. At this moment, the sudden chirping of cicadas resounded through the quiet purple bamboo garden. The bamboo monarch seemed to have expected this, but he didn't bother with the sudden chirping. He continued to stroke the bamboo comb in his hand, gently combing the hair of the person in front of him. Xiaqin had been waiting at the entrance of the purple bamboo garden for a long time. When he heard the chirping of cicadas, he spoke softly. "Welcome, Lord Cicada Cry, to Purple Bamboo Garden. My master is unwell, so I can only receive you on his behalf. If I have not taken good care of you, I hope Lord Cicada Cry will be magnanimous enough to forgive me." Although Xiaqin said this, he had no intention of leading the cicadas into Purple Bamboo Garden. As the bamboo monarch's eldest disciple, Xiaqin had been helping the bamboo monarch manage Purple Bamboo Garden for the past 10 years. He could be considered the housekeeper of Purple Bamboo Garden, so he could naturally guess the reason for the cicadas' visit. The first one was even better. End of this chapter. Chapter 9:17. Xiaqin also understood the intention of his master, Bamboo Monarch. Therefore, Xiaqin's real purpose here was to stop everyone, including Cicada Cry. At this moment, a greenish-black metallic luster flickered between heaven and earth. A man in metal armor appeared beside Cicada Cry. The man in metal armor said to Xiaqin as soon as he appeared, "Bring me to see Bamboo Monarch." Xiaqin shook his head and said, "My master said that Purple Bamboo Forest won't be welcoming guests in the future, even if it's Lord Iron Prison. If Lord Iron Prison is willing to sit in Purple Bamboo Forest, I can bring Lord Iron Prison to have a taste of Purple Bamboo Forest specialty, Bamboo Creek tea." Iron Prison's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Bamboo Monarch won't be welcoming guests, but I insist on seeing Bamboo Monarch." As Iron Prison spoke, Xiaqin squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Lord Iron Prison, please don't make things difficult for a junior like me and my master." As he spoke, Xiaqin had already triggered his aura. However, it didn't pounce on Iron Prison and Cicada Cry. Instead, it stood firmly at the entrance of Purple Bamboo Forest. However, the release of his aura was equivalent to Xiaqin's attitude towards Iron Prison and Cicada Cry. Xiaqin was Bamboo Monarch's first disciple and was extremely powerful. However, Iron Prison clearly didn't take Xiaqin seriously. Iron Prison snorted coldly and was about to take a step forward when he was stopped by a pair of hands. Cicada Cry sighed and thought to himself, "Iron Prison has always been impatient. Even if something good comes to him, it will turn into a bad thing." Seeing that Iron Prison was still looking at him in confusion, Cicada Cry said straightforwardly, "I'm sure many of my old friends who parted at Yeong Palace will come to Purple Bamboo Forest later. By then, even if Bamboo Monarch doesn't want to see them, he will have to come out and meet them since so many of his old friends are waiting outside." Hearing this, Iron Prison stopped his feet that were about to take a step forward. Xiaqin still maintained his aura. In just a short while, 6 people had arrived in front of Xiaqin. Cicada Cry said to a middle-aged man with a plump figure, "Tianfeng, why didn't you stay in your garden and came to Purple Bamboo Forest? What a surprise." Cicada Cry said with a frown, Tianfeng had never been on good terms with Bamboo Monarch. They could be considered as archenemies. Tianfeng's visit to Purple Bamboo Garden at this time surprised the Bamboo Monarch. Tianfeng did not even look at the cicada when he heard this. He looked into the depths of the Purple Bamboo Forest and said, "The Pagoda Cannon's 100-year plan and the awakening of the slumbering ones, Bamboo Monarch must recover his health." With one sentence, Tianfeng expressed his attitude. Tianfeng ignored Xiaqin, who was blocking in front of him, and circulated his spiritual power. "Bamboo Monarch, 6 old friends are waiting for you outside. If you don't come out to see us, old friends, We can only go in and find you. Tianfeng's words resounded through the entire purple bamboo forest, startling the spirit creatures that were letting out phoenix cries and the purple gold carps that were being raised in the stream. In the depths of the bamboo forest, a few bamboos that were almost completely covered in golden threads suddenly erupted with the aura of spiritual power. Xiachen also stared at Tianfeng gloomily. However, Tianfeng's actions made Xiachen heave a sigh of relief. The bamboo lord did not even frown when he heard Tianfeng's voice. He looked at Wang Fuxiang with a gentle gaze and said softly, "Xiang, wait for me here." After saying that, the bamboo lord's spiritual power surged violently, and a green-haired child dressed in green clothes appeared in front of the bamboo lord. The bamboo lord said softly to the child in front of him, "Elvinian, guard your big sister Xiang well. If anyone crosses the two bamboo crane, auspicious, immortal furnaces in front of the door, you don't have to hold back. Just kill them on the spot." When Elvinian heard the bamboo lord's words, his originally black eyes were suddenly dyed with a hint of green. This hint of green seemed to penetrate through one world after another, emitting a feeling of immortality. The green-haired child called Elvi Nien said obediently, "All right, Big Brother Bamboo. Elvi Nien will obediently protect Big Sister Xiang here." After the bamboo lord instructed Elvi Nien, he said softly to Wang Fuxiang, "Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid. Wait for me." After saying that, the bamboo lord's figure disappeared from the pavilion. Elvi Nien looked at Wang Fuxiang and said obediently, "Hello, Big Sister Xiang." He then took out all sorts of food for Wang Fuxiang and placed them on the table, guarding her like a little adult. Wang Fuxiang had been concealing her identity as a spirit qi professional in the elegant pavilion, acting like an ordinary person. In fact, Wang Fuxiang was also a spirit qi professional, but no matter how strong she was, she would not be stronger than the bamboo monarch's fae. Just like what the bamboo monarch had said earlier, Elvi Nien would never be able to do anything stupid even if she wanted to. When the bamboo monarch told Elvi Nien to kill him on the spot, Wang Fuxiang could tell that the bamboo monarch was determined to kill her. At this moment, bamboo monarch's figure appeared beside Xiachen. The moment he appeared, Supreme Chef also arrived at the purple bamboo forest. Originally, Supreme Chef was going to bring Li Zhonglin, Zhang Yingying, and Zhong Zhe. However, after receiving the Moon Empress call, the bamboo monarch hastened his journey and left Li Zhonglin, Zhang Yingying, and Zhong Zhe behind. However, he did not expect that the other 6 would arrive before him. They had even called out the bamboo monarch. When bamboo monarch saw Supreme Chef coming alone, he nodded and said in a clear voice, "This monarch's body is unwell, yet you all insist on calling me here to reminisce. I wonder what you all wish to reminisce about." The bamboo monarch's tone was still calm, but it made Xiachen, who had been following the bamboo monarch, narrow his eyes. His master, bamboo monarch, would usually chuckle after he finished speaking, but he did not do so now. This meant that his master, bamboo monarch, was already in a rage. Xiachen had never seen his master angry, but he knew that the milder a person was, the scarier they were when they were angry. Upon hearing the bamboo monarch's words, even Tianfeng, who was not on good terms with the bamboo monarch, did not speak immediately. However, the stubborn iron prison could not help but take a step forward and say, "No matter what, bamboo monarch, nothing must happen to your body." As soon as Iron Prison finished speaking, the originally pale bamboo monarch's face lost all color. Then his body was like a bamboo shoot that broke out of the ground. His face instantly became healthy and rosy, and his white hair turned jet black. At this moment, the bamboo monarch had returned to his usual appearance. He summoned the green bamboo that never left his side and held it in his hand. At this moment, the bamboo monarch had returned to his usual appearance. He summoned the green bamboo that never left his side and held it in his hand. A majestic aura soared into the sky and ruthlessly pressed down on the 7 venerables, including Supreme Chef, who were standing opposite the bamboo monarch. The bamboo monarch did not say a word, but the silent bamboo monarch had already made his attitude clear. The bamboo monarch's aura made the smile in Cicada Ming's eyes disappear. Bamboo monarch, we have an agreement that we will not use powers above the myth-breed level. Have you forgotten? There was still one more night watch, and it was not over yet. It might be half an hour later. End of this chapter. Chapter 9:18. Cicada Cry did not expect the problem to be so thorny. Bamboo Monarch would still place his feelings for Wang Fuxiang above his own life in the face of life and death. Sensing Bamboo Monarch's anger, Chef Supreme was in a dilemma. Chef Supreme had come here with the same intention as the other holiness, but the Moon Empress phone call made him hesitate. The Moon Empress's words were unclear. She only said she had a solution, but did not say what it was. Bamboo Monarch's soul was being corroded by misfortune, so things like the 100 Rue wine had almost no effect on Bamboo Monarch and Wang Fuxiang. Chef Supreme could not figure out what the Moon Empress could do. However, with his understanding of the Moon Empress, if she said she had a solution, it would not be a lie. Chef Supreme took a step forward and opened his palm. A flame with a myriad of colors appeared in his palm. An aura comparable to Bamboo Monarch's burst out of Chef Supreme's body. Feeling Chef Supreme's aura, the expressions of the other 6 holiness changed slightly. They looked at Chef Supreme in confusion and thought to themselves, why did Chef Supreme also violate the agreement? Everyone knew that Chef Supreme and Bamboo Monarch had always been on good terms. Could it be that Chef Supreme had decided to attack Wang Fuxiang for Bamboo Monarch's health? Then, Supreme Chef's method shocked the other 6, His Holiness. Everyone listened to Supreme Chef's words. I support Bamboo Monarch's choice. After saying that, Chef Supreme walked to Bamboo Monarch and nodded at him. Cicada Cry, Iron Prison, Tian Feng, and the others did not understand what Chef Supreme was planning. Suddenly, something strange happened. A beam of light descended from the sky. Everyone, including Bamboo Monarch, looked up at the sky and saw a crescent moon hanging high in the sky above the purple bamboo forest. The crescent moon released moonlight that looked like a chain, and the Moon Empress walked lightly toward the ground. Behind the Moon Empress was Cold Moon, who always wore a frosty expression. Apart from Chef Supreme, the Moon Empress' arrival shocked everyone present. Given the Moon Empress character, it was impossible for her to personally participate in such matters. What was the reason for her to come to the purple bamboo forest? After the Moon Empress descended, she headed straight for the Bamboo Monarch. The Moon Empress walked in front of the Bamboo Monarch and handed the brocade box to him. Under the puzzled gaze of the Bamboo Monarch, she spoke. This box contains what you need the most right now. Upon hearing that, Morbius chuckled. Morbius had been by Lin Yuan's side ever since he was born, but this was the first time it had heard Lin Yuan curse. Morbius was very happy that Lin Yuan liked the exclusive skill Klein Hub that it had obtained after becoming a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan, the changes in the Spirit Lock spatial zone will definitely amaze you even more. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately brought Chimey, Genius, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, the Purple Firmament, and the Slaughter Sky Butterfly into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As soon as he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he was immediately suffocated by the pure spirit chi and started coughing. He only got used to the spirit chi density after a long time. If the spirit chi concentration in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was a bottle of plain water previously, Then the spirit chi concentration in the spirit lock spatial zone now gave people the feeling of iced cola. It was 10 times denser than before. The increase in the spirit chi density didn't just speed up Lin Yuan's nurturing phase. At the same time, it also gave the phase that Lin Yuan couldn't induce to mutate under the spirit chi density in the past. It was just like how the starlight Ji-Tan couldn't mutate into the astrologer Ji-Tan under the spirit chi density of other creation masters, but it could become the astrologer Ji-Tan in the spirit lock spatial zone. Chimey, genius, the purple firmament, and the wind speed rapid antelope used to stay in the spirit lock spatial zone. Chimey and genius had experienced the spirit lock spatial zone's enhancements, so they weren't particularly surprised by the changes in the spirit chi density. However, the slaughter sky butterfly was different. In the spirit lock spatial zone, the slaughter sky butterfly felt as though it had arrived at the legendary fairyland. Every breath it took had an indescribable sense of comfort. After sensing the slaughter sky butterfly's surprise, the purple firmament started to explain to it like a warm man. Lin Yuan didn't bother about the slaughter sky butterfly. The slaughter sky butterfly that had issued a master-servant contract to the purple firmament was no different from the acid corrosion queen bee and red thorn. It was equivalent to Lin Yuan's own phase. In fact, the most exciting change in the spirit lock spatial zone wasn't the increase in the spirit chi density, but the increase in the spirit lock spatial zone's area. The spirit lock spatial zone's area was undoubtedly many times larger than before. When Morbius was at normal, the spirit lock spatial zone's area was only 20 square meters. At elite, it had grown to 40 square meters. At bronze, it had grown to 80 square meters. Previously, after every major grade increase, the area would double from the original base. However, now that Morbius was a fantasy breed and Silver X, the spirit lock spatial zone's area had increased to 480 square meters. 480 square meters of area was 6 times larger than before. This was equivalent to increasing the spirit lock spatial zone's resource output by 6 times. At the same time as the spirit lock spatial zone's area grew, the spirit pool and the pure land of bliss area had also expanded. The original spirit pool was around 5 square meters, but it had now reached 30 square meters. It was starting to look like a small pond. The enlarged spirit pool would also be able to break down the energy ores faster and replenish the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. The bluestone bowl that was used to condense the spirit chi crystal was still the same, but the material of the bluestone bowl felt much heavier than before, and there were many small engravings on the inside. There was an additional scarlet metal platform at the edge of the spirit lock spatial zone. There was a huge groove in the metal platform. When Lin Yuan walked over and saw this groove, he knew that the copper-colored metal platform was a facility added to the spirit lock spatial zone due to Morbius' exclusive skill, Klein Hub. This was because the groove in the middle was just the right size for a space hub. Lin Yuan used his hand to lightly tap the copper metal platform twice and subconsciously started to think about how to use it. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Morbius say to him, "Lin Yuan, the spirit lock spatial zone's area has increased because it tripled when I became a fantasy breed. When I became silver, it doubled again. That's why it has the current area." Upon hearing Morbius' words, Lin Yuan broke into a smile and thought, "Previously, when Morbius was asleep, I had to think about the changes in the spirit lock spatial zone. Now that Morbius was awake, Lin Yuan could just ask Morbius if he had any questions. There was no need for him to think hard. "Morbius, how do you activate the exclusive skill, Klein Hub, that you obtained after becoming a fantasy breed?" Chapter 3, Sad Face, end of this chapter. Chapter 919. It was the first time Lin Yuan had heard of a Class 6 dimensional rift during the Evernight General Meeting. He also knew that Class 6 dimensional rifts could connect to the entire dimensional world. At that time, Lin Yuan felt that the most suitable dimensional world for human development should be the swamp world. Among the 5 major dimensional rifts, the probability of the swamp dimensional rift opening was second only to the water world dimensional rift. It was considered one of the few dimensional rifts that opened. Furthermore, the swamp dimensional rift that opened with relatively few openings was very dangerous. Most of them were black quagmires filled with humus, making it difficult for humans to set foot in them. Swamps could turn into land with the injection of massive amounts of earth elements. However, the cost wasn't something ordinary people could afford. After all, exploring the swamp dimensional rift wasn't like developing factions in the swamp world where one could develop continuously. As long as the source-type items in the Swamp Dimensional Rift's hub were taken out, the Swamp Dimensional Rift would close, and all the previous investments would be wasted. The Swamp Dimensional Rift only had 40% of land, and there were plenty of poisonous swamp beasts and carnivorous plants. 60% of the swamp world had a massive group of dimensional creatures, swamp crocodiles. The swamp crocodiles could be said to be the most flourishing species in the swamp world. The swamp crocodiles had a large number of Class 1 swamp crocodiles that were comparable to bronze phase. Such swamp crocodiles were mostly half a meter long and belonged to young crocodiles. Although they had sharp teeth in their mouths, all the nutrients they absorbed were used to grow their scales. As a result, the masseter muscles in their mouths had yet to develop, and their strength wasn't considered strong. Even if they were to bite a bronze fay with weak defense, their large mouths could only ensure that the sharp teeth would pierce into the fay's muscles and wouldn't be able to effectively tear it apart. This caused the Class 1 swamp crocodiles to be compared to the Class 1 alien insects. The comparison between Class 1 swamp crocodiles and Class 1 alien insects had even caused a wave among scholars. Scholars used all sorts of evidence to rank the Class 1 swamp crocodiles and Class 1 alien insects. The final conclusion was that the Class 1 alien insects in insect groups might not be able to penetrate the defenses of the Class 1 swamp crocodiles. However, when the Class 1 swamp crocodile's sharp teeth bit on the insect armor, it was equivalent to a large clamp that could be pried open by the Class 1 alien insects at any time. If the Class 1 swamp crocodiles took the initiative to bite the Class 1 alien insects, the Class 1 alien insects would be able to injure them instead. Thus, scholars ranked the Class 1 swamp crocodiles' strength below the Class alien insects. The existence of the Class 1 swamp crocodile was considered the shame of the swamp dimensional rift. However, when the marsh crocodile reached Class 3 and was comparable to a gold fay, it would enter adulthood. A level 3 swamp crocodile's body length could reach 2 meters. However, the level 3 marsh crocodile had already completely developed its masseter muscles, and its strength had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to when it was young. Its large mouth could easily bite through the flesh of a gold fay, and even crush the bones of a gold fay with weak defense. In the pitch-black swamp, the newly matured level 3 swamp crocodile floated like a piece of rotten wood, ready to ambush its prey at the edge of the swamp at any moment. When the Class 3 swamp crocodile, which was equivalent to a gold fay, bit onto the target, it would use its 2-meter-long body to perform a rapid death roll and easily twist off the prey's limbs. Scholars had also made comparisons between level 3 marsh crocodiles and level 3 alien insects. When alien insects reached level 3, they would evolve into a huge variety. However, the evolution of the swamp crocodile was relatively monotonous. A single Class 3 swamp crocodile would use its large mouth to tear, death roll, and tough scales to easily fight against 2 Class 3 alien insects without falling into a disadvantageous position. Even if a Class 3 swamp crocodile couldn't defeat a Class 3 horned demon, it would definitely be one of the top Class 3 dimensional life forms. A Class 1-dimensional rift might already have a Class 3 swamp crocodile. Therefore, the exploration of the swamp dimensional rifts had always been a difficult problem for low-ranked spirit chi professionals, while high-ranked spirit chi professionals didn't like to explore the swamp dimensional rifts. Due to the terrain, the exploration difficulty of the Class 1 swamp dimensional rifts was basically the same as other Class 2-dimensional rifts. In terms of resources, the resources produced by other Class 2-dimensional rifts were undoubtedly several times more than the Class 1 swamp dimensional rifts. This caused the swamp dimensional rifts to be in a situation where very few people were willing to explore. Such a situation directly caused the swamp dimensional rifts to be in a shortage of resources in the market. For example, the swamp crocodile scales had always been used as superior leather. The swamp crocodile skin was made into half-body armor, leather armor, and other spirit chi clothing, which had a relatively high price. The abyss dimensional rifts and the water world dimensional rifts had special products like heavenly flames and heavenly water. The swamp dimensional rifts also had them. Due to the extreme difficulty of exploring the swamp dimensional rifts, the swamp soil produced by the swamp dimensional rifts was more expensive than heavenly flames and heavenly water. Heavenly flames were a kind of aggregation formed by special fire elements, and it was the same for the swamp soil. The swamp soil was a kind of special earth element synthesis product. Burying the swamp soil underground could greatly promote the growth of plant phase. It would allow the entire area of soil to suddenly be filled with abundant nutrients. At the same time, the swamp soil was also an excellent nurturing material for some earth-type phase. When Lin Yuan had constructed the Return from Faraway Manor, when you had buried a few kinds of mid-grade swamp soil that were produced from the Class 3 swamp dimensional rifts, the mid-grade swamp soil, combined with tens of thousands of kilograms of energy ores, allowed the plant phase in the Return from Faraway Manor to grow extremely quickly. The Return from Faraway Manor's 3,000-meter bamboo forest was filled with normal phase, square bamboos, and tang bamboos. During this half a year, without any Creation Master's enhancements, Fangzhou and Tangzhou had already evolved from normal to elite with just the energy provided by the swamp soil and energy ores. It was obvious how beneficial the swamp soil was to plant-type phase. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, Morbius answered, "In order to activate the Klein Hub, I just need to find a dimensional rift in advance and enter it to reach the location of the dimensional hub. The Klein Hub will devour the selected dimensional hub. At that time, a dimensional rift will appear above the Klein Hub in the Spirit Lock spatial zone that is connected to the dimensional world. However, once the Klein Hub devours a dimensional hub connected to a dimensional rift, it will not be able to change the type of dimensional hub it devours before it touches the core of that dimensional world. Lin Yuan, you must be careful when you choose to let Klein Hub devour the dimensional hub." Lin Yuan nodded upon hearing Morbius' words. "If it's a choice, I already have an idea. I plan to let the Klein Hub devour the Swamp World's dimensional hub and open a dimensional rift that connects to the Swamp World in the Spirit Lock spatial zone." The first one was even worse. End of chapter. Chapter 9:20. While speaking, Lin Yuan's eyes clearly revealed his ambition. When he had found out about the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift, he had thought about whether his faction, Sky City, should develop in the Abyss world. If he developed in the Abyss, he would be able to provide the exceptional flames for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and Chimey in the future. After witnessing the might of the roaring sun's sacred flame in the Night End Palace, he also wanted to obtain a top-notch extraordinary flame. Even if a top-notch extraordinary flame was not of any practical use to him for a while, it was simply too domineering to use it as a chandelier at the top of the mansion. Furthermore, by the time Chimey attempted to break through to the Fantasy V transformation, it would require top-notch strange flames to continue enhancing its bloodline. It allowed Chime's bloodline to evolve to a higher level. However, now that the Spirit Lock spatial zone had the Klein hub, which was connected to the swamp world, it was as if Lin Yuan could develop the swamp world by himself. Although the Class 6 swamp dimensional rift would also connect to the swamp world, there were no Class 6 swamp dimensional rifts in the Radiance Federation. Even if Lin Yuan might encounter spirit chi professionals in the swamp world, they would definitely come from other federations. Of course, the swamp world was massive, and it was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack to find the other federation's spirit chi professionals. The Slaughter Sky Butterfly had become a fantasy breed and issued a master servant contract with Purple Firmament. It was the same as Lin Yuan's Fae. Lin Yuan had yet to make any arrangements for the heaven-slaughtering butterfly. Now, it seemed that the killer butterfly could be considered the pioneer of the swamp world. With the strength of a creation breed like the slaughterer butterfly, there wouldn't be any problems as long as he didn't encounter a level 10 swamp dimensional creature in the swamp world. Even if they encountered a grade 10 swamp dimensional creature, it might not be able to defeat a pure offense-type scavenging butterfly. He had already used true data to check the Slaughter Sky Butterfly's attributes. After Morbius became a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan could indeed check the creation breed Slaughterer Butterfly's true data. He had long been curious about the creation breed phase data, and the Slaughter Sky Butterfly's true data did not disappoint him at all. It could be said that the killer butterfly's abilities and exclusive skills were the best interpretation of power. Simple and violent, breaking 10,000 techniques with one force. With the Slaughter Sky Butterfly around, it could maximize the safety of all of Lin Yuan's development and construction in the swamp world. At critical moments, he could also let the blue/purple butterfly communicate with the slaughter butterfly in the swamp world and let it return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone through the Klein hub. He would then summon the slaughtering sky butterfly that had returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone as his strongest trump card. Since he had decided to let the Klein hub devour the dimensional hub in the swamp dimensional rift, given Lin Yuan's character, he would naturally do as he said. He was now very curious about what the swamp world looked like. After making the decision, he did not immediately leave the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Instead, he started to organize the resources in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As the Spirit Lock spatial zone expanded, it caused the originally packed Spirit Lock spatial zone to look empty. He made a simple division of the Spirit Lock spatial zone's 480 square meters and placed the floating island whale, Gray, the twin red pagoda, and the rations vine in the Pure Land of Bliss. The Pure Land of Bliss had expanded to 40 square meters, which was half the size of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It was enough for Lin Yuan to store the most precious resources in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Then, Lin Yuan took out row after row of shelves from the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box, which he had asked Huquan to make with rare wood. There were lifelike carvings on the shelves. At that time, Huquan still did not understand why Lin Yuan would waste his time with ordinary wood when he had so much jade-textured wood. Even ordinary wood was relatively precious. Lin Yuan had asked Huquan to make these shelves in advance for the expansion of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. However, he did not expect the Spirit Lock spatial zone to expand to such a scale, so the shelves prepared in advance still seemed a little lacking. Lin Yuan arranged these shelves, together with the shelves with the jade-textured wood, into 2 long rows. He then took out wooden boards made of various rare wood and placed them on these shelves. After filling these shelves, Lin Yuan took out a large number of all kinds of rare wood boards and piled them on the Spirit Lock spatial zone's ground. After piling up 5 large piles, Lin Yuan stopped taking out wooden boards from the diamond face storage box. Then, he simply spread a large number of coral jades on the Spirit Lock spatial zone's ground. When Silver Flower saw Lin Yuan take out the coral jades, she happily waved the 3 pairs of wings on her back and flew back and forth around him. Her face revealed a suspicious blush as she softly muttered, "Lin Yuan treats Silverflower the best. Lin Yuan treats Silverflower the best." Lin Yuan was currently only making preliminary use of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Next, Lin Yuan planned to trouble Huquan to carve more shelves for him. The coral jades spread on the ground could also be placed on the shelves. Lin Yuan planned to carefully tidy up the Spirit Lock spatial zone after returning to the mansion. At the same time, he also tried to nurture a few fays that had previously responded greatly to the pure spiritual power in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, but had not evolved or mutated. The increase in the spirit chi concentration in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had imperceptibly accelerated the floating island whale's incubation time. Under the sudden increase in the spirit chi concentration, the floating island whale absorbed 10 times more spirit chi in one breath than before. This naturally led to the demand for water elemental pearls. This caused the floating island whale's demand for water elemental pearls to reach 10 times more than before. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had saved a lot of heavenly maiden grade water elemental pearls. Otherwise, it would not have been enough for the floating island whale. Although the Spirit Lock spatial zone's concentration had increased by 10 times, the aquamarine elemental shellfish's production speed of elemental pearls was not 10 times as fast as before. Lin Yuan estimated that the aquamarine elemental shellfish's production speed was only about 3 times faster than before. Such a production speed obviously could not meet the floating island whale's demand for water elemental pearls. Therefore, Lin Yuan still had to think of a way to get some young elemental shellfish in a short time. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that although the production speed of various types of elemental shellfish had increased, his demand for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls had also increased. The development of the swamp world required a huge amount of pure earth elements to turn the swamp into land. The earth elemental heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were undoubtedly the best choice to provide pure earth elements. In addition, the slaughter sky butterfly also needed a large number of earth element heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls to restore its depleted bloodline. Lin Yuan was now determined to obtain the elemental shellfish. The second was even more. End of this chapter. Chapter 921. However, Lin Yuan wasn't worried about the source of the elemental shellfish. The increase in the spirit chi density in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had increased the speed at which the little demoness nurtured the golden lotus brocade. His identity as the Moon Empress disciple had already spread among the veteran factions and the top factions during the Great Night meeting. Currently, only the Coiling Dragon Valley and Dawn Cloud Avian can possess the golden lotus brocade plant. He contacted Coiling Dragon Valley's current clan master, Long Tu, and the great elder of Li Yun Niao Ken, both of whom had visited him at the return to Faraway Manor. The royal capital's Fey Observer Guild's Master Lan Qin had also helped to advertise her golden lotus brocade. At that time, the various major forces would definitely come to him for the golden lotus brocade stock. Lin Yuan could also take the opportunity to raise his request for the elemental shellfish when the major factions sought him. By gathering the various factions' elemental shellfish resources, the number of elemental pearls in Lin Yuan's possession would increase tremendously. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had been developing luxury goods resources recently, and the number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in its hands far exceeded its needs. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls could be processed by the Heavenly Craft Pavilion into top-notch luxury goods and sold to the market. Presumably, everyone would go crazy for it. At that time, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's luxury resources could also take advantage of the situation to become a brand and suppress and annex other forces in the market that had luxury resources as their function. perhaps in the future, when there would be occasions like the Knicks conference, Listen could also attend as a family head of a top faction. After Lin Yun left the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he called Lu Jie. Lin Yuan was currently in the wilderness 1,500 kilometers away from the outskirts of the royal capital. This place was even closer to Ascending Dragon City than the royal capital. Furthermore, Ascending Dragon City had the highest probability of opening a swamp-dimensional rift among the 36 major cities. Now was the end of the opening phase of the dimensional rift, and it was the easiest time for a dimensional rift to open without any warning. Therefore, it should not be difficult for him to find an open swamp dimensional rift now. As the chief guard's disciple, Lu Jie only needed to make a phone call to the left and right hall masters to immediately know where the swamp dimensional rift was opening near Ascending Dragon City. The call was quickly picked up by Lu Jie, and the first thing he said after picking up the phone was, "Lin Yuan, I just heard from Wen Yu that the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer have returned to the mansion. Are you all right?" Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Brother Lu, I'm fine here. Are you in the Yeong Palace or the land of soul suppression?" Lu Jie had just said that he had heard the news of the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer's return to the manor from Wen Yu, which meant that Lu Jie was not in the manor at the moment. If Lu Jie was in the land of spirit suppression and Night End Palace, he would not have to call the left and right protectors to ask about the swamp dimensional rift near Ascending Dragon City. All Lu Jie needed to do was to check the reports from the spirit guards regarding the dimensional space. "Lin Yuan, I am now in the land of spirit suppression. Master has already set off for the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift for a final inspection. I'm planning to return to the manor." Lin Yuan asked, "Big Brother Lu, help me check the location of the closest swamp dimensional rift to Ascending Dragon City." After saying that, he quickly added another sentence. "It would be best if it is a Class 1 dimensional rift. As the grade of the dimensional rift increased, its surface area would also increase. Therefore, if Lin Yuan wanted to find a dimensional hub in a dimensional rift, a Class 1 dimensional rift was undoubtedly the most suitable." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lu Jie replied without asking much, "Lin Yuan, I'll go check it now. Once I'm done, I'll give you a call." After saying that, Lu Jie hung up the phone. Lin Yuan stretched his body and felt that he still had the foresight. While collecting the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, he had asked Listen to use the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's channels to place the tentacles in the 3 main cities closest to the royal capital. Lin Yuan planned to wait for the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to be collected before using the royal capital as the center to radiate to the entire Radiance sect. At that time, he would be able to use the ethereal jellyfish's ability node to teleport to any location, saving Lin Yuan the time of rushing. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Jie called Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, there are a total of 3 swamp dimensional rifts that have opened outside Ascending Dragon City. Only one of them is Class 2, while the other 2 are Class 3. There is no Class 1. The 2 Class 3 swamp dimensional rifts have opened in places guarded by the Spirit Guards and Ascending Dragon Guards. However, the Class 2 one has opened in a small place called Millstone Town. Millstone Town's location is too remote. This Class 2 swamp dimensional rift was only sent out by a spirit guard who happened to be doing a mission near Millstone Town and ran out of the dimensional rift's shielding range. After sending out the news, that spirit guard quickly returned to Millstone Town and prepared to participate in the resistance against the swamp dimensional creature tide. However, Millstone Town is too remote. Even if the Ascending Dragon Guards and Spirit Guards received the news, they would need at least 40 minutes to rush over. Lu Jie's tone was very sorrowful, and he only hated that he could not appear in Millstone Town now. Lu Jie knew that Millstone Town was a place that Lin Yuan had once protected with his life as black. However, this place was now facing a calamity again. It was very likely to disappear from Ascending Dragon City's territory. There was a high chance that Class 4 swamp crocodiles would appear in the creature tide from the Class 2 swamp dimensional rift. Swamp dimensional life forms, like the swamp crocodiles, would enter a berserk state when there was a lack of water. Any Class 4 swamp crocodile, which was equivalent to a platinum fae, would be equivalent to a destructive meat grinder in Millstone Town. The strongest expert in a border town would at most have a low-quality gold fae. Previously, there was also a spirit guard team stationed in Millstone Town. However, the Radiance Federation was simply too big, and the spirit guards and Ascending Dragon Guards were simply not enough in times of emergency. Those spirit guard teams were roaming around to guard various resource points like the Endless Forest, slowly forming a small town that was not within Ascending Dragon City's planning area. Lugia only hoped that there would be a team of powerful spirit chi professionals in Millstone Town to help Millstone Town overcome the current crisis. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's eyes shrank and immediately replied, "Big Brother Lu, I understand. Brother Lu, I understand. I will return to Yuan Manor for dinner tonight." After speaking, Lin Yuan hung up the phone and circulated his spiritual power to teleport to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's office in Ascending Dragon City. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's staff stationed in Ascending Dragon City was so frightened that they screamed. Lin Yuan did not explain much and summoned the Slaughtering Sky Butterfly. He then issued the first order to the Slaughtering Sky Butterfly with a grave expression. "Slaughtering Sky Butterfly, take me to Millstone Town according to the map I gave you." While speaking, Lin Yuan had already handed over his cell phone, which had the map to Millstone Town on the screen. Lin Yuan was not a prophet, so he naturally would not bury the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles in Millstone Town in advance. If he wanted to save Millstone Town now, the only thing he could rely on was the creation breed Slaughtering Sky Butterfly's power. Only the creation breed's power could instantly rush to Millstone Town, which was thousands of kilometers away from here. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the Slaughtering Sky Butterfly flapped its butterfly wings lightly, and then it suddenly enlarged in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's office. It became a wingspan of about 3 meters. The Slaughtering Sky Butterfly's back of such a size was just enough to carry a person. In order to hurry, the Slaughtering Sky Butterfly did not conceal its creation breed, aura. When the Slaughtering Sky Butterfly expanded, the creation breed's aura suddenly descended in Ascending Dragon City. Third, end of this chapter.